不是吗？你离远了它不显示树上的雪的呀。赤门我这边改名了，现在叫阿卡门，因为这个金门大桥虽然是金门大桥，但是其实金门大桥是红的，所以我这里叫赤门大桥啊。赤门大桥非常好看。它下一个按理说那个 DLC 都快出了，如果不是因为这个跳票的话，第一个 DLC 桥梁与港口，可惜不知道跳到什么时候去。我把这边的入口也改了，现在我就在想办法细化这个市区。大家可以看到这里面我做的这些步道，把这些楼里面这些比较难看的缝隙啊，全都把它填成那种市民广场，哎，非常的好看。现在全都填成广场，就感觉他们并不是就是生成的空隙，而是那种绿地一样的公园啊什么的，社区绿地的感觉。接下来我们要细化整个这个区域，在这边我建了一些小码头，渡船码头，可惜现在没有渡船，估计也要 DLC。然后我现在开始建横向地铁，由这个畅真大厦站牵头。因为如果我们要建 TOD 的话就，但其实畅真大厦线牵头是不是有点多余了？你知道建单轨的成本比建地铁低很多吗？因为地铁也是在地下用盾构机挖，单轨只需要建桥就行。所以很多时候在一些感觉没必要建地铁的地方，一般都是用单轨、轻轨，就地上的东西。但是像有些城区比较密集的，那就只能建地铁了，不可能有空间建单轨。你们为什么要建成这样子？好丑啊！我要市容市貌，懂不懂啊？天哪，低密度，低密度，滚滚滚滚！哎，闪退了！这，哎靠！为什么我城市也开始闪退了？我之前你说你闪退之前，我从来一次都没闪退过。自从你说开始闪退，我就开始闪退。你是不是传染？不是真的，你跟我说你闪退之前，我一次都没闪退过。然后你说完以后，不是这是什么？这什么那个叫什么双缝干涉？双缝干涉实验是吧？靠！人家一直都好好的。我发现现在有个 bug， 有的时候那个长好的树会重置成没长好的树，我到现在也没搞懂是为什么。上次是这边就是那个读档的时候有几率出现这个 bug， 上次是这边，然后现在你看这边正常了，结果我城市的这边秃了。哎，我操，这什么意思？就你每次读档有几率有一块地方变秃了，我不太理解。而且我已经满级了，现在，我现在是超级都市，20级嘛，对，它20个里程碑，就20级，然后因为它用的是经验值系统，那不就是满级？这叫什么？这叫城市 RPG 好吗 ？City RPG。Forza 说自己叫 CarPG。那个极限竞速发，那这个不就是 City RPG？ 它每个转弯有什么经验值，然后车辆熟练度是吧？那个挺有意思的，其实我觉得那个系统真的挺有意思。不论那个游戏有些地方做的怎么样，这个系统很有趣。然后这个就是城市 RPG， 是吧？做的不够，应该城市有 build， 而且很合理。如果他下一座能不能在这个方面多探索探索？你想，我们现实里有工业型城市，有文旅型城市，有金融中心，然后他应该那个弄一个技能树，就这个技能树不是解锁建筑的，是真的技能。然后你相当于你给城市塑造一个它独特的发展路径，你选择这条路，那你就不能选择那条路。比如说我要成文旅城市，我就要牺牲工业技能；如果我要成为金融城市，那我就要比如说牺牲别的。如果他做一个那个系统，真正的把 RPG 系统做进去，做一个 build， 哎，那会很有意思。而且这个系统也并不是和现实的城市逻辑冲突的。现实的每个城市就是有自己的属性啊，你是工业城市，我是文旅城市，但也有综合城市，什么都不精，但什么都有的那种。所以其实这种定向发展反而很符合城市的发展逻辑，而不是说啊，我就全解锁了，我城市全能，我城市有超强工业、超强旅游、超强经济，全这个方面有很多东西可以细挖，其实。搭配各个城市各个技能的 buff 啊什么的，甚至我觉得它完全可以借鉴模拟城市的系统，然后在此之间发扬光大。就比如说模拟城市，它每个部门有自己的 leader， 有自己的那个部长，然后如果咱们说技能树解锁的奖励，或者说技能树本身就是招募这些部长，然后每个部长有自己的属性。然后你要搭配这些部长塑造你的城市内阁，然后这城市内阁决定你城市的 build， 我靠，那能做的东西可太多了。而且模拟城市就是很注重这方面的，就是政策呀，然后这就是拟人化，就是你在模拟城市里，其实比如说你在修路的时候啊，你不是在和这个修路工具直接打交道的，其实在模拟城市里，你修路的时候是和市政部门的那个部长打交道的。他会出来一个小人，是那个部长，然后跟你说话，然后给你建议，包括电力，包括水利，都是电力部门、水利部门、商业部门，都是那些人。但是城市天际线，你看它没有任何人在里面，所以如果融合成这个系统，再加入他现在做的这套有点 RPG 的这种框架的话，潜力无限。我靠，我再想想，城市 RPG 是个很好的方向啊，拜托。可惜我没有那个能耐啊，做一个这样的游戏。这叫什么？这个叫什么？资金暂无，员工没有，这个做不了。不知道天际线以后能不能3代的时候彻底再进一步。然后比如说，甚至说，你看建这个政府大楼。然后我可以在下面就像辐射避难所一样，甚至去 assign 人，我招募的人，然后看哪几个人适合在这个建筑的属性中间坐镇，然后给城市加一些 buff， 或者他每个人有底 buff， 然后你要分配到这些政府建筑里面去，那太有意思了，靠！也有点融合如龙7那个模拟经营的感觉。现在天际线主要就是它在交通上做的很强，它在城市造景上做的很强，但是说实话，经营上啊，天际线从1到现在做的都很一般。就说实话，没有什么特别可以经营的要素在里面，这一点是真的。它主要是玩交通、玩造景这些东西。你要说经营这系统有什么可以深究的，可能有，但是没多少。特别是2代出这 bug 以后更别经营，我这2亿资金在这里100，我怎么经营啊？国库又是我就是国库，我的天！赤门大道，现在我们来连接这边的地铁。我刚才想说，就是我这边的地铁好像有点浪费。如果我要做这个地铁的话，它大部分都会是重复的，所以我决定学习那个叫什么来着？东京。我打算这么办，我要把这个地铁啊转换成铁路。但是在天际线里，大家可能知道，你没法直接从地铁轨道转换成铁路轨道，我们有曲线救国的方法。 就是这个火车站啊，它是可以直接增加一个地铁站在下面的。所以你的方案就是说，你用这个你就把它当做是一个站，但其实不是一个站。但是目前的角度来说，你就可以这样，你比如说我地铁延到这里，哎，在这个火车站停住，然后这个火车站轨道延出去，你可以把它当做这个是一条线。这样的话是目前最好的解决方法。我们这样子的话，就能让这个站有一些存在的意义。这个畅真大厦能作为一个中转站，能快速的就是 express， 就比如说你坐别的那些列车也能到火车站，但是如果你坐我们的这一个，就肯定能就是更快的到。虽然说公共交通规划的不合理过剩，肯定在财政上是肯定不好的，但是如果当你财政不是问题的时候，其实公共交通过不过剩问题不大。而且我想让城市里尽可能少堵车的一个方式，就是你要尽可能建立起一个齐全完备的公交系统。那我们的这一座火车站应该放在哪里？这个火车站说不定可以和阿拉卡瓦 District 这边有什么连，我可以直接通过它连到阿拉卡瓦。比如说我从赤门公园连到畅真大厦站，然后连到，看看啊，从这边连到畅真大厦，然后连到中央车站，然后连到，那这样的话连不到阿拉卡瓦。如果我要连到中央车站的话，接下来其实我可以到的地方是，这是哪里？哦，若木站，我可以这样连是吧？interesting。那其实可以，阿拉卡瓦这边可以再建一个火车线，火车站，因为这边有一条线是可以过来的。我们现在只需要知道放在哪里，先存个档。先在这儿，荒川火车站，然后给它加做这个地铁连接口。我们先把地铁站连起来，再连火车站。地铁站的话，可以不要经过这啊，可以不停，经过但是不停，用这个轨道肯定是最好的，并且这边最好做一个3项轨道，这样子我们以后会省事很多，他就不用进去占那个位置。哎 shit what the fuck， 因为这个好，他这个还是不太智能，就是他放这个东西，他放这个柱子的时候不会自动的很智能的去在这个高架上自己选地方。这个挺烦人。 看来我只能把这个画的大一点。但这样很难看哎，靠！
Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public
可以先
service
确定这一
announcement.
段，我觉得这是个好办
That
法。
was truly superfluous. Masterful counterpart. You're
先
listening
确
to
定
second
这
on
一
radio,
段，
the station of
提到几米
levitated
5米
tastes.
够吗？
Don't touch that dial.
A housing shortage is driving up prices in the area.
That's right, Glenda. But apparently that's not all good news. We're joined today by an expert guest, Professor Nutbutter.
Welcome, Professor. So a housing shortage is bad for the people trying to move here, right?
Humans are programmed to desire certain representations within ideological reward structures, which are entirely apart from the actual rewards enjoyed. For example, consider capital.
One final question, Professor. Is the housing shortage going to make me richer?
By certain metrics, perhaps yes, in the short term.
I like the sound of that.
But what we are discussing is the study of a statistical abstraction and its effect on the human
Thank
psyche.
you, Professor.
It is a question of priorities.
Interesting news from the city's export division. Sources tell us that our city has more services than we know what to do with.
And you
这
know
里
what
好
that
像有
means,
点问
folks?
题。
It means we're not cutting things close enough.
Well, no. The point is we're selling it and bringing money into local
That's right.
economy.
You could almost say it's too much of a good thing.
Or we could say that we're enjoying a positive trade balance and the economy is booming. More after this. 该死的东西怎么这么傻呀？我决定尝试先把这个拆了，我等会儿再连，我先建上面。笨死！现在轮到他傻了，高一点，哎，这样，哎，完美！我操，就是这样。 果然把底下的先拆了就好。啊，你怎么生成了这么个东西出来？不是，你不要这个样子。现在就不会了。 完美的并入。
这样的话，我们可以创建一条新的地铁线，叫什么呢？赤门线，我决定这叫赤门线。赤门线当从赤门公园开始。等等，该死，这还没连。弯道过脊。这门线行不通啊，感觉。shit， 换一个吧。或者就赤门线。去赤门线要从那边绕一下，有点怪怪的这个。这样很浪费人时间，而且不行，不能这么搞。对。怎么又回去了？ 这加1.5，这是火车站，但是它可以追加一个地铁模块，所以我把它当做一个从地铁转到火车的线路。中间这怎么歪了？靠！先把轨道建起来，这样子下面的路才能通行。这种鲨鱼不是什么好东西。我买过，但我都不知道买的是哪一代。阿拉卡瓦。车站配套服务。这个地方的车、地铁。拿杯可乐去。供水不足，没连路吗？哦，没连路，没连路，压根就。这个是中型道。对了，然后其实这个很显而易见，但我有时候都没注意到，就是要善用那个3车道，就是一方面2个的，一方面1个的。尤其是在比如说你高速公路的入口处，你看这种地方，既然你有一个匝道是下来的，然后它还要负责这2个路口，那你最好这一个，如果你的流量允许的话，就把这一侧改成2个的，来迎接它的交通流量。这种道路这个时候用是最合适的。这当然适用于你不想建那个4线车道那种大道的时候，用这种最好。而且这种道路升级的话，不会破坏2边建筑，这也是一个用处。
You might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
荒川，我感觉日本很喜欢用"荒"这个字，荒坂、荒川。荒这字是什么好字吗？问题是它好像，我也觉得这字也不算是好字吧。荒川在日语里的意思难道不是荒凉的河吗？不过我们这个地方叫荒川区是有原因的，因为它旁边有条河，然后它本来很荒凉，你看没有问题吧？所以叫荒川。除了我们这个运河计划，运河计划还没有完全运行。我们的荒川窟，这个城市建的就特别有机，靠，特别是这一块地方。多谢了这些铁路，其实。我靠，这里有个遗迹，这个石碑，这种肯定要保护好啊。但是不能在这给它搬一下，移到哪里去看看？可以，可以搬，搬到哪里去？要肯定作为个景点，到时候，那就荒川窟吧，叫什么荒川窟遗址，先放这儿，你先在这待着，不要来碍我的这个铁路建设。停一下，双线铁路。108。刚才手欠给人家，现在要放回去。这个就很像日本那种站台，然后底下因为它是抬升的，然后底下有一条道过去，太像了。这个车站。我一般这3股直接给它汇成1股，我都懒得管。不是，它没有单线的站台，它只有3线，然后你还能扩建，甚至但是这用不着。我不是很用得到这么多线，起码这个站不需要，总站肯定要，但这个站就是个小站而已。可以，但我不需要它并火。 哎，要不我利用这个机会，不要把它拉到这边去，但是我能把它拉到哪去？这底下有个强子对撞机呀。这地图真大，其实建了这么久，还有很多空，这边完全没碰啊，这边完全自己可以建一个城市了。就我想建一个都市圈那种，比如说大阪、京都啊，不是，对，大阪、京都、神户，那3个城市是一个都市圈，很近，乘火车每个城市间可能就1个多小时，可能都不到，有的，大阪到神户都用不着那么久。那它其实是几个城市，包括横滨和东京也是。新干线不要太快。这边是新亚特兰蒂斯，这边我打算开另一个城市，实际上就不是新亚特兰蒂斯。然后这一侧我也打算在三角洲这里开另一个城市，3个城市的一个地区。人叫金板神，我这个到时候要想个办法。8我就预购的标准版，太贵。下走，可以，我往下走啊。哎shit，坡度过陡，怎么这么烦人？这很陡吗？喂。建这个行不行？怎么不能拆掉呢？啊，现在可以拆，没事。这是又在搞什么啦？操！这样就可以了，我也搞不懂，但是反正有的时候你就试试就出来了结果。这个铁道先留在这儿，让它下来。我的想法就是。那条线该叫什么呢？地铁线。讲名字的时候到了，这是10号线了，已经。靠，我已经建了10条地铁线了。温哥华一共就2条地铁线，可以看出我们的 TOD 有多恐怖。这一条线的名字应该叫做。该叫做 应该叫做。你说日本那些名字是怎么起的？什么千代田县、山手县，一开始是怎么想到叫这个名字的呀？我就想知道。自从开通了西城地铁以后，这桥都没人走了，靠！以前很多人走的，然后我们开了地铁，然后就没人走，也好，帮我们减轻路面负担，不完美。地铁永远不会堵车逼，这地铁站全是人，地铁站全是人。我的地铁站的运客量，我看看我的公交，我城市公交确实发达。公共交通每个月运送市民达12万人次，我们城市一共17万人。乘坐出租车的有800人，乘坐公交车的有35000人，乘坐火车的有2600人，乘坐这是什么？电车的有4000人，乘坐地铁的有77000人，乘坐邮轮的有1300人，乘坐飞机的有4600人，游客则是额外的3000人次。非常之发达呀！而且我发现我好像没有怎么堵车了，现在最近确实比原来情况好，因为他们都不怎么开车了，变。最好鼓励他们绿色出行，这样，凡是绿色出行，凡是不买私家车、不开私家车的人啊，消费税减1%，你们觉得怎么样？要是真有这政策，说不定会更有用。
This has been a local public service announcement.
Recent spikes in demand have led to temporary local shortages in the city's fresh water supply. The public should be aware that we are struggling to get the situation in hand. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're back with Second Moon Radio, your second musical home from home.
其实我突然觉得山手线这名字挺符合，你看为什么我这么说？这个背后是山，前面这些河流不就像手指吗？那不就是山手线吗？就可以，没有问题。山手线就叫这个了。我城市也有山手线。著名的山手线。不过山手线在东京是环线，但在我这里环线是静海线，它其实不是环线。它在我这里是一条地铁转铁路的特殊线，特急线应该是，就不是每站都停的那种特急线。这个荒川线的作用就像东京的新宿站和东京站一样，相当于是一个副中心，对于新亚特兰蒂斯来说。这附近也是著名的荒川窟，所以流量到后面是不会低的。一个中央车站的铁道镇，另一个就在荒川窟这里，2个车站，其余的每个城市顶多有1个车站，比如说这边的和这边2个中央车站。 市门大道两边肯定不能停车，你们再给我停一个试试，真的是。人都种上树。对，你要停车就不能种树，所以有的地方，比如说这条街，我选择让它在，因为这边是这种什么公园啊，所以应该有停车地方才合理。我就在这边没有种树，我在另一边种了，这样他们另一边不会停车，都会停这边。但如果那种大道的话，你有3种选择，你可以在左，可以在右，你可以在中间，中间就是两边都不能停。你也可以同时左右，两边也不能停。这一代也是没有这选项的，一代所有的道路，你要建的时候就要选好这条道上有没有，就你是没有这种模块化变动的机会。所以说，你真说，虽然我说什么一代现在全 DLC 还有创意工坊内容肯定比2代丰富，但是我照样玩2，我也不会回去玩1。这种细节问题，你玩着的时候不觉得，因为它润物细无声。等你回1，你就知道那个费劲，天！就建很多东西，建立交桥，你要不用 CSU2 的 mod 更难用。哇！天际线2的建路工具不知道比1好到天上去了，简直是。虽然它还是有不少难受的，但是你和1比，那简直是，那可能是从地狱18层到了还没进地狱的地方。不仅是容易了，而且还能做出更多花活来，这一点很难得。一般来说，你要花样多，那就更难做。但是2这个道路工具还真不是这样。它还有自动划线呢，这一次1代可没有自动划线，划线你要下 intersection marking tool， 然后一根一根线自己不是，然后你一个个车道自己去连，你知道吗2代它这些线全自动化，这画的也不错呀，而且多好，我操，把 mod 都吸纳进来。远景街。抗真大厦镇。这种内街我就选择允许停车，我就不种树了。你哪都不让停车也有点离谱了。那人家他妈往哪停？你停，因为市中心很多时候停车场真不够，我就温哥华市中心都有一堆能路边，但是日本还真没有。日本极少允许路边停车。我去日本市中心街道，我好像没有记得我见过几条街是能路边停车的，比温哥华起码要少。温哥华downtown基本都能，除了最主要的那几个，两边全是车。地下日本街道的一大特点就是见缝插针的停车场，到处都是停车场，只要一个地方有空地，那它必定是停车场。所以说日本城市规划好。就是它这种细节做的真的，就是它那种楼缝里面啊，它都给你就是再小的缝都能装几个停车位进去的那种，全是小停车场。它有很多停车楼，比如说仙台站旁边我就去过，它就是你从外面你以为是什么办公楼、商业楼，其实那些楼都是停车场，它会有大量的立体停车场。这个北美也不多见。北美立体停车场也不多的，日本全是立体停车场。说不定你以为的那一堆商业楼里面，可能好几栋都是停车场。日本 大道。这个地方显得有点太孤独了，我们要加一些东西让它变得有意思。那么加什么东西呢？当然是人行道，就像这样，在周围拉一圈，其实效果就非常好。然后我们在这边呢，把它给连起来，你就有了一个这种自定义地皮一样的大厦的底部，就非常漂亮。然后你可以，对，你就可以自己拉这些，特别好，很方便的做一个那种小绿地，不会让这一块地显得特别别人一看那就是你没长够地块，那太难看，所以自己做这种。他们也真的会在这走，所以超级都市。这里也一样。来一条小径。这样就让这个地方也没那么奇怪。好看的时候就更好看。但这个前2亿就满了也太离谱，你倒是继续给我积攒了，你不要就上限了好吗？为什么这要设置上限啊？对，它有2亿就上限，而且靠，也不让你继续攒。这不2亿吗？这是20亿的，20亿就满了。它都 bug 了，还真不真实呢。是不是按理说平时是他们就感觉测试了很多次，不可能到20亿，无所谓，设定这个数够了，结果 bug 了。这样又是一个很漂亮的这种小径。我把这边也连起来。多漂亮！哎，这边没有连起来，这肯定是不好。这个肯定应该是都连上。不过这边不需要斑马线，斑马线太多了。当趟这边你肯定要好好搞搞。 底下这个小公园，多么的美丽！
Second Moon Radio with your host, J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Tune in tomorrow for a second chance to hear the music of yesteryear.
A housing shortage is driving up prices in the area.
That's right, Glenda. But apparently, that's not all good news. We're joined today by an expert guest, Professor Nutbutter.
Welcome, Professor. So, a housing shortage is bad for the people trying to move here, right?
Humans are programmed to desire certain representations within ideological reward structures, which are entirely apart from the actual rewards enjoyed. For example,
Consider capitalism.
One final question, Professor. Is the housing shortage going to make me richer?
By certain metrics, perhaps yes, in the short term.
I like the sound of that.
But what we are discussing is the study of a statistical abstraction and its effect on the human.
Thank you, Professor.
It is a question of priorities.
Interesting news from the city's export division. Sources tell us that our city has more services than we know what to do with.
And you know what that means, folks.
它这个游戏缺的最缺的就是小停车场。
No.
那停车场
The point is
能不
we're
能？
selling it and bringing money into local
我需要4×4的停车场，我需要1×2停车场。你学日本停车场行不行？非要搞这么大的停车场干
and the
嘛？
economy is
小一点。
More after this.
停车楼有两种，但是其中有一种是独特建筑，你只能用一次。等 mod， 这都靠 mod。那一代一代还没有停车场这个类型的东西呢，压根。因为一代刁民是口袋掏车的，二代刁民必须停车。 所以，如果你对了，如果你一个地方附近没有停车场，他们也不愿意去的，有这个可能性。所以你要想看好。所以叫公共交通，说实话还是公共，就是现实世界也是一样。很多城市问题的解法其实就是大力发展公共交通，公共交通是永远的解药。 我在这，但是你可以塞那个小型操场，小型操场4×4的，可以直接正好塞在这里，太完美，给孩子们用。 列，有时候要注意这件事情。这个不能这么搞了，是吧？这样也不行，这样倒是可以。
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens. The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
这游戏好像没做完的迹象有点明显。我看到有个成就叫做用编辑器编辑资产，放出来。但是就是这成就里面的做不了，因为没做完游戏，这是不是有点太明显了？有些地铁隧道有些地铁线路没有交通过去。地铁总站也不够啊，每个总站有上限，对，每个总站都有载具上限。也就是说，我唯一的办法是再建一个地铁总站。在哪建地铁总站呢？太大了，这建筑。 谢利丹奥斯卡，塔克亚历山大。学会见缝插针是最重要。shit， 插针失败，差点把本来的东西也赔进去了。我要做一个小广场，至于怎么做呢？可以，这中间空间可够大，可以画一些像这种，哎，对吧？小广场出来。现在挨个街区填充细节。这几个不符合风格，这里是欧洲的，拜，滚！滚开，换成办公楼。这毕竟是downtown，高楼要多一点。
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions.
Poor road conditions.
Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're listening to Second Moon Radio with J. Thomas Hornbuckle, and we're pervading some of the finest classical music on the air. Keep that dial right here.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate.
还是一个等级5高密度都没有，这真的是在搞笑。
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
它现在有 bug 导致根本就不可能，就是你越后面越不可能，一开始可能，后面它的增长速度几乎为0。查过了，就你玩到后期以后就没有见过一个人说他能拿到5级建筑的，因为它的数值有问题。 所以，我他妈的操，怎么开那个开发者模式？我受不了，妈！他这样的话，很多楼锁着不让我建，问题是。怎么开 Dev Mode 就知道。我查了，有人说好像不影响成就，而且他现在成就也有 bug。对，比如说他有个成就是建造一个机场，但是我建了这么多机场，他也没给我解。所以，这个 On Steam 哦是那个高级系统选项。OK， 那我试一下，我看看什么叫开发者模式，有用啊，但是要小心，因为它是开发者模式。他说不定有什么坏档的，说不定。要是你乱动的话，我要是乱动了什么东西的，如果你知道自己在做什么，那倒不一定。看一下这个模式，能不能把这些东西解锁？别的我都无所谓，我就是想放这几个东西，靠。或者这样，我把这几个楼放出来，放到一边去，需要我就搬过来。就是在开发者模式里把那几个锁住的楼弄出来也行。私密管理，这是什么东西？启动选项，打开。等等。In-person activities at all 3 SFU campuses are cancelled for tomorrow due to forecast weather. Yes! 太好了，又停课了。好啊，停课啊，好啊。我说停课了，又不是说这个。好耶，停课喽。又停课喽，哈哈。为什么还在同步云存档？靠！为什么不开？万一出事儿了呢？啊？哈哈哈，什么？等它同步。
I never thought I'd meet a dream, but here I am, and there you are. Love never felt.
用开发者模式，一些人已经建出一些很离谱的东西了，就是你可以自由摆放建筑无碰撞，所以他们已经造出各种各样的那种地标，就是用游戏里的资产拼的。那个东西其实就是他后来他马上要开放那个资产编译器，就是你能拿游戏里比如说这个建筑的某一个部分，把它和另一个建筑的某一部分拼起来，然后用游戏里所有的那些素材，什么走道有人拼了各种什么体育场啊，对，就自己拼。然后未来你可以导入自己的模型，但目前不行。但目前在开发者模式里已经可以自由拼建筑了，有人拼了什么 F1 赛车场之类的玩意儿，我的天！然后等它 mod 平台上线以后，这些东西就会直接你可以一键发布上去，然后别人就可以一键下载下来用。那时候才是它真正开始蓬勃发展的时候。 因为我发现一个问题，它宣传片里的内透啊，都是橙色的，为什么我这里是白色的灯啊？宣传片里所有的内透都是橙色的。我说实话，白色比橙色好看呀，我觉得比它里面好，但是我不知道为什么不一样。我觉得是白，我觉得我一开始看到宣传片的时候，觉得晚上那个灯太橙了，就所有的建筑全是那一片橙色，就有点怪怪。结果到游戏里是白的，那还好。就是现实世界就是有橙有白，但他那个宣传片里全是橙，不知道为什么，可能后来改了。看看什么叫开发者模式怎么用啊？首先，这个我害怕，我看看怎么 use 呢 ？Tab 键 ，Tab 键打开。首先，这存档可都这个备份好，千万别乱覆盖。哎，打开了，这是什么？什么叫 Asset Database 啊？这什么玩意啊？靠！哦，你能看到游戏数据 Gameplay Tutorial Enabled Show Developer Show Marker。 什么是 Marker？ 这什么东西？ Default Theme Service Fee UI Achievements。 这是什么意思啊？是，我操，这什么意思啊 ？UI bindings， 不敢乱动这个。Radio Climate Simulation Pathfind Gizmos Camera Lighting。 哦 ，Lighting 这边你可以开强反射等等，我听说过。Texture Light Layer Visualization。 哦，看看这是什么？什么叫光线层？哎，你别说，我想哇，这个模式我截一幅图，然后当我那个城市那种宣传画，到时候这个天际线，哎，我喜欢，我喜欢。他正好帮我做了个艺术性那种，我可以到时候做一个那种城市明信片，我就拿这个，我操，这多哈哈完美，把这个截下来啊。对，我做什么成长视频都可以用的。Ambient exclusion Light volume Sky reflection。 所以我在哪里放建筑呢？难道是 Asset Database Main Database？ 不是，没有反应。看看。哦 ，Add Object 是 Home 键 ，Home 键。哎呦，过滤器，这是什么 ？Airplane Attraction， 应该叫 Unique Building。 Observation Tower 是这个。Unlockable。哦，找到了 ，Central Signature 就是这些，我可以直接放。我想总算这 bug 总算我可以，我把这些放完就把这个关了。然后我先把它们放到城市的一个角落里面去，然后我决定放他们的时候再把他们拉过来，否则这问题是他妈的这个 bug 永远也获得不了这些建筑，否则我先把它们全放这儿，一个，哎，2个，3个，完美。我只要 hide 就行了，因为只有 hide 出问题，我别的不想，我别的还是想自己慢慢玩。对，只有满级高密度它完全接受不了。这个是欧洲，然后再找北美，3个，北美应该也是 NA Residential High Signature， 对 ，High Signature， 这样我就不需要担心。存个档，那要存个新的，别出事了，否则。存6。这6栋建筑我等你们等了多久？你们知道？我天！哎，这栋建筑不是纽约那个吗？不就是你们城市那个吗？你们城市那个特别高的那个玩意？不是，就是中央公园附近有一个筷子楼，俗称。退出游戏，然后把那个关掉。我还是现在不太想用，把我档搞坏了。要是经常用这东西，又喜欢这种游戏啊！你说你有什么 bug 无所谓，只要你把控制台这些东西该给我的给我了，我也能解决。所以我强烈要求所有单机游戏都应该开放控制台。谁知道你游戏出什么 bug？ 你说是吧 ？Alan Wake 2，你说是吧 ？Epic 啊？除非你能保证你全都解决了，那另说。但我看现在没几个开发者能保证自己的游戏没问题了，那你还不如把修复的选项交给玩家手里。说实话，我都不在乎你游戏 bug 多不多，但我在乎的是你这有没有解决方法。首先，那栋最高的楼肯定只有一个地方能放，就是 downtown， 放在别的任何地方都过于离谱。这一栋渡边塔，独特建筑，最高的也是独特建筑，同时，它唯一能放的地方当然就只有这里。说实话，它放在这里都很离谱。你说这玩意，这塔放在它在纽约就很有争议。这幢楼在纽约特别有争议，很多人觉得这是纽约天际线的耻辱，因为它实在是什么竹竿，这竹竿是真的有点离谱。你说它放哪里都不好看，我说真的。它太高了，太细了，太怪了，而且顶多只能放在一个中间。对，是 你没有别的地方不可能，别的地方不可能。打算放这个街区，放这个街区的话，我们需要把其中一条路给缩短，就是缩窄这一条吧。这边这些楼，这些小楼就不要，我要重新搞一下这个地，把它移过来。完了，我的市中心变丑了。哎，那个是不是它外观不丑，但它配色太丑。但这个不是它太细了好吗？它好细，它都我操，它长得跟个那种什么太古屋一样，你就格格不入啊！这。竹竿一根杵在这里，不是它也太高了吧？问题是，我的天，你敢住吗？那倒是，但是我给大家看一下我说那种纽约的楼啊 ，New York。咱们来看看这个纽约楼，那你就纽约这几幢楼备受批评，就是一幢比一幢细，然后难看的要死，全都就把本来纽约那个循序渐进的天际线破坏殆尽了，直接就。现在这是什么乱七八糟的东西啊？现在是啊，这个，等等，不是刚才那个方形的，对，现在纽约天际线长这个样子。丑死了！对，这幢楼就是它的原型，这个方形的。你看看这是什么天际线？这是什么鬼东西？纽约本来天际线很漂亮的，现在搞得我的天呐，真的丑的要死！真是谢谢你们了，能设计出这种东西，我也无话可说。天际线讲究的就是错落有致。你左一个竹竿，右一个拐杖，这是这些楼就好，这些楼就好放多了。这几个哪都能放，我决定不放那边市中心了，我给别的这个几个旁边的城市留着，做他们的地标建筑。这个青草之冠可以想想放在哪，别的这些先不动，就先留这里。能不能不要让这个建筑去改颜色？求求你了，你要干嘛？它今天是蓝的，明天是黄的，后天是那个绿的，今天是紫的。RGB 是吧？ 这边这个空地，我想想，我可以做个停车场入口。停车场入口还是太大了，放不下。靠，真的是离谱，什么玩意儿都放不下。你能干嘛呀你？它有一个功能，如果有就好。你看，它现在有自适应农场，但是它没有自适应公园。想象一下，如果你能以任何形状填成公园或广场啊，那就是特大城市。特大城市有这个功能，天际线没有学过来，这应该学一学的。其实，噔噔噔噔噔噔噔噔噔噔噔噔噔。如果在这个城市，你最想住在哪里？为什么我楼被废弃了？靠，什么意思啊你们？我不想乱，我可不敢乱改这些的，不敢乱改。哎，你们这些人是不是有病啊？给你们建的好好的高楼就废弃了是吧？反正我后来玩1造景的时候，就肯定是必打那个 No Abandonment， 那个是肯定。烦人，操！人家有的时候好不容易觉得，这个地方刷出这栋楼很好看，然后给废弃了。我这个楼就长得很日式，本来好好的长在这里，结果废弃了。我容易吗？我刷出这栋楼来。这边要不要再做几个码头？我看看。我现在就喜欢做码头，哈哈。这边可以做一个码头，会很合适。但这个码头现在只是装样子，等它出正儿八经的码头，我就不用在这里搞这个造假，这属于是，其实，对呀，这肯定是造假呀，这码头根本就不是码头，这是人行道伪装的码头。但这是我目前最好的解决办法。日门城市公园。当趟的情况，除了这一块我不满意，这一块太太无聊了。这边倒是挺好的，看层错落有致。这边如此无聊，该怎么改呢？把它改的有意思一点。啊，又看到这个了，26.10特大火灾遇难者公墓，还记得那场火吗？烧死了多少人？快100人遇难，这整栋大楼被烧塌了，2栋。所以我们这边有个公墓，再也不会在这片土地上建住宅。 这种角落怎么处理就有点麻烦。好在我们有人行道，就是万能的人行道。我来教大家如何利用人行道让这个地方重获新生。你看，我们可以很容易的做这么一个结构。这是14米，我们也可以做一个14米。然后呢，把它连过来。我靠 ，What the fuck is this？ 这个有点。它要是不自动连就好了。
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
种点树什么的，可以用花丛，当然，这样毕竟是城市里，用花丛显得就是有人在保养的感觉。
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
This is Second Moon Radio Classical for modern age. Unlike most modern music, classical has always been penned by someone sitting in front of a sheet.
细致造景就是这样。
a silent, audible masterpiece. Now, here we sit, listening at full volume. Our souls are transported. But let us not tarry. On to the next episode.
A housing shortage is driving up prices in the area.
That's right, Glenda. But apparently, that's not all good news. We're joined today by an expert.
闭嘴。 这个不能，这边是入口，就不要停车了。这一条街取消停车，谁有怨言就憋着。 继续上涨。你看看你们两个生成了什么建筑？仙级。拜拜了你们！等等，让我仔细想。这些是银河国道。算种上树。 太密集了，实在是。
Are you setting a good example for your followers? Are you on a journey to find freshness? Are you tired of shopping at the dingy stores? Sure you are. That's why you go to Common Groceries, the ultimate destination for the discerning shopper.
Why, hello, Janet.
Hi, Stanley.
Isn't this a lovely place to shop?
It sure is.
Common Groceries. For twice the price, it's twice as nice.
里有水污染，这里倒没有水污染。那其实这里可以做个沙滩哎，我觉得我们可以试验一下，把这个沙滩，可以做个这样的沙滩公园，这是完全可行。这边最好。留一个坡做沙滩公园正好。以后可以留着做别的，而且我们先这样。你实在不想要，也可以换换。这样我们以后不会后悔。 17000人，17万人。邮件情况怎么样？电信情况呢？电信覆盖不佳，其有此理网络质量中等，那肯定不行。来人，上电塔。这边缺电。在监狱旁边做一个。这儿物体重叠，高压电线在这里。对。这样子信号应该就好一些。我们还有一些东西不知道建在哪里，比如说这个巴黎圣母院。这巴黎圣母院我到现在也没想好建在哪。如果我们要建一个欧风城市，还有这个崇礼门以及西安钟楼，我都不知道建在哪，其实都没有想好。轨电车，要不来个海边电车吧？我觉得，毕竟海边电车这种东西啊，还是很浪漫。别管它好不好用，反正它很浪漫就对，不是吗？电车， 这个叫电车站。
Now entering thick digital games. Prepare for sensory overload.
You want it thick. Digital! Are you a man or a mountain? Digital! You ready for a game that rips out your heart and stomps it to death? Digital! Then come on down to Thick Digital and we'll hook you up to adrenaline overdrive. You won't be able to take much more of this, sir. Then hit them with everything we've got. Digital! Thick Digital! It's all out war.
这样就连起来。有轨电车站。有轨电车站5，这个是这个叫什么海？这个叫什么湾呢？问题是。叫什么湾？ 在想应该叫什么名字。番茄酱，马斯桂干，维干。也叫维干丸。Downtown waterfront, our common city park, UN Plaza, Metro Town.
Know what you're gonna get, and you never will unless you come find out.警察总署。
话，我也不知道这干嘛。真美好。秋天。封闭石棺。这是用来干嘛的呀？我想知道。这个是用来建小区用的吗？难道？因为想不到什么别的时候你会需要点。走。 我们找个城市规划视频，边看边玩。City。Design， 学习一下。Problematic Vancouver Plan， 这是什么？
Get access to 2,400 documentaries and nonfiction titles free for 1 month by following the link in the description.
I'm so excited to be here in Vancouver, Canada. I've been wanting to visit and do a video here for so long. Why? Well, there's a lot of city planning hype surrounding Vancouver. Allow me to demonstrate.
Here's what you get when you search for Vancouver is the on Google. You get autocompletes like best city in the world and best place to live and most livable city. To prove this isn't what Google says about every city, here's what you get when you search for Memphis, the poorest city and the most dangerous city. Ouch. Nothing but love for Memphis though. Sorry to call you out. But there is a difference is I guess what I'm saying. Countless articles have been written about how great Vancouver is. It's been called the best city in Canada, the most livable city in North America, the greatest city on Earth, and tied for the best city in the Milky Way, probably.
Vancouver's success is no accident, but a result of decades of thoughtful planning and design, collectively known as Vancouverism. What is Vancouverism exactly, and can other cities harness it to dethrone Vancouver as one of the best places to live in the world?
温哥华也是有地方可取，主要就是在这个行人友好度上。
When you walk around
特别是
downtown, it really does look and feel unlike any
虽然 TOD 做的真的 TOD 的密度过渡做的真的不怎么样，但是它 downtown waterfront 那个附近做得很好，非常舒服。街道的那种。
First of all, the city is situated in just a beautiful area.
也主要是依山傍海，就和我们这个城市一样，哈哈，依山傍海。
Second, previous generations made some good decisions about how to design Vancouver. For example, Vancouver has some extremely narrow residential streets. The entire right-of-way is only 66 feet wide, with about 28 to 36 feet for vehicles. And in the 1970s, Vancouver residents protested the construction of freeways within the city limits. This occurred at about the same time as San Francisco's freeway revolts halted construction there, but San Francisco only halted the construction of the new highways after a few had been built. This left Vancouver as the only major North American city without highways, and made it difficult for cars to take over. So it's a normal city, save for one important abnormality, the lack of highways. It's one of the major reasons Vancouver went down a different path. Planners in the 1980s were looking at significant growth and suburbanization with no efficient way of getting residents to work downtown. The public didn't support new highways and mass transit was expensive. They didn't have funds to build new lines everywhere. If you can't connect people's home to work, what do? You put their home and work in the same place, or at least within cycling, walking, and transit distance. This is a solution that has a lot of benefits. More trips can be made by walking and cycling. Transit becomes more popular, which can be used to justify greater frequencies and more lines. And even if a resident chooses to commute by car, the trip is shorter, easing congestion. There are two major challenges that needed to be solved to make this happen. One, how to convince people who would otherwise choose to live in the suburbs to move to the central city instead. And two, how to revitalize downtown Vancouver, a typical 80s downtown in decline. The solution, if you haven't guessed it already, was Vancouverism. I'm back here in the City Beautiful studios, what my family likes to call the living room, after my trip to Vancouver. I have a lot to say about my visit, but let's start with the basics. What is the definition of Vancouverism? There's a lot to say. There's a whole book about Vancouverism, and I'm not going to get to all of this. I'm going to focus on the most novel part, the urban design. And I'm going to further narrow the scope. The cool urban design is largely limited to a few areas of central Vancouver. It's mostly in the False Creek, Yaletown, and Cold Harbor areas.
比
They
较
were
好。
former industrial sites that were ripe for
不
redevelopment.
过那几
in the
块设计
80s,
的是真
90s,
好。
and 2000s. Let me introduce you to one of the key pieces of Vancouverism, the Point Tower. One way of thinking of the Point Tower is a building with two parts, the podium and the tower. It's sort of like you merged a thin condo tower with a mid-rise building. Why would you design a building like this? The condo tower provides residential density, and the units themselves command beautiful views of the surroundings, making them attractive to those who wouldn't necessarily want to live in a high-rise normally. Views are one thing lots of suburban homes don't have. The city of Vancouver regulated the size of the towers and their placement to preserve view corridors.
What the fuck?
The city even went so far as to regulate the size and placement of towers to create an attractive skyline on purpose. They identified blocks that would be good places for towers of additional height, punctuating the skyline of relatively uniform point towers. The idea was that the skyline could be urban design as public art. The mid-rise section of the building is designed to create vibrant street life. The mid-rise building is at a great scale to frame the street in an attractive way. Many of the towers are wrapped with townhouses with doors that open directly onto the sidewalk. This makes the city feel very human-scaled. The condo tower, set back from the street, is not as noticeable. The townhouse is an attractive home type for families, and the Point Towers added thousands of them to the downtown housing market. The townhomes are often wrapped around a parking garage. Parking garages are required to be hidden or below ground in Vancouver. These towers stand in contrast to Le Corbusier's towers in a park that in reality often turned into towers in a parking lot. They also differ from the tower and windswept plaza that was often built in post-war North American cities. These point towers create vibrant streets and add significant density. Point towers weren't built everywhere though. Sometimes the density wasn't appropriate or needed, and just the mid-rise housing was built. The Athletes' Village from the 2010 Vancouver Winter Olympics, now just regular housing, is a great example of this.
I want to pause this video for 1 second to tell you about a great channel all about the city of Vancouver. So if you're liking this video, I recommend checking out the channel About Here.
Hey Dave. Hey guys. Hope you don't mind me hijacking this video for just a little bit. But yeah, like Dave was mentioning, I've got a YouTube channel called About Here where I cover urban planning issues in my city. If you love Dave's, wonderful high quality analysis of issues surrounding our cities, I hope you don't mind checking out my channel after this video. Finish this video first, but then afterwards open that tab up, check me out.
Okay, back to our regularly scheduled video.
So these point towers give us residential density and attractive streetscapes, but streets aren't enough open space for so many people. Vancouver has the stunning Stanley Park, but it's far from much of the city. If the goal is to attract families, there needs to be a large number of neighborhood parks with playgrounds. The city offered density bonuses to developers who set aside parkland where there was a deficiency. Basically, developers could build a taller building in exchange for a park. The city also built water parks, community centers, and water's edge exploration areas so kids wouldn't get bored. The city once had a policy of separating parks from schoolyards, but there wasn't enough space in central Vancouver for both. They changed the policy and now parks do double duty. Here's an example of an elementary school in central Vancouver next to its park schoolyard. Okay, so now we have our point tower buildings on beautiful streets near a diversity of park amenities. Let's talk about transportation for a second. It's the piece that might have impressed me the most when I was in Vancouver. Vancouver has an extensive network of protected bicycle lanes and multi-use paths.
对了，天际线2现在还没有自行车呢。
Check out this path that goes along the edge of Falls Creek. It has a separate area for pedestrians and a two-way cycle track. The path is so busy, this kind of separation is necessary. The path acts as sort of a main street to the Falls Creek area, and homes and shops open out onto it. Roads here don't generally continue all the way to the waterfront, meaning residents living in buildings near to Falls Creek can go for kilometers without even encountering a car. This means it's safe for kids to run around without much supervision. When I was there, I noticed groups of 10, 12, 14-year-old kids wandering around without parents. I definitely don't see this in downtown Sacramento where I live, and I rarely see it in the suburbs either, honestly. This commitment to active transportation is also a necessity. Many of the units in high-rise towers don't have parking spaces, meaning residents have to use transit, bikes, or walking to get where they're going. And with tens of thousands of residential units in downtown, there's just not enough space for everyone to have one or more cars. Vancouver had to resort to alternatives to create density without gridlock traffic. Today, approximately 50% of trips in Vancouver are made on transit, bike, or walking. Only a handful of North American cities see that percentage of non-car trips, so it's not hard to see why other cities would want to emulate Vancouverism. It's very market-friendly. Nearly all the projects are market-rate private developments. It's also climate-friendly. You have people living in dense urban areas using active transportation. And it's popular among residents too. It's really win-win-win. But I don't want to let Vancouver off the hook that easily. there are still plenty of critiques of Vancouverism, and the biggest one is affordability. Vancouver is one of the most expensive metro areas to live in relative to median incomes. One would think that adding tens of thousands of housing units downtown would increase supply enough to neutralize housing prices, but it hasn't. The housing affordability crisis is complicated and not limited to Vancouver, but in some cases Vancouverism exacerbated the problem. For example, Concord Pacific Place is one of the largest master-planned urban communities in North America, built on a former rail yards. Its thousands of units were marketed simultaneously in Vancouver and Hong Kong, and its first units were sold out fast due to strong interest in Asia. This obviously undercuts the goals of Vancouverism, with its promise of housing potential Vancouver suburbanites. It also points to a larger problem in Vancouver, where wealthy foreign buyers snatch up all the housing, pricing out the local residents. In response to this problem, Vancouver imposed a 20% tax on foreign home buyers. The city also recently introduced a speculation tax on owners who don't pay income taxes in British Columbia and don't live in homes they buy. The measures have had some limited success, but it may only be temporary. And the overall issue remains. When Vancouverism buildings are built, the market rate units are often affordable only to out-of-town buyers. Vancouver has built social housing, but the number of units isn't high enough to meet demand, and the rents for the affordable units are often still too high for those who need it most. You only have to walk a few blocks from Falls Creek in Yaletown to see the streets lined with Vancouver's homeless, a stark reminder that Vancouverism isn't working for everyone. This also highlights another critique of Vancouverism. While most of Vancouver feels like a normal city, charming but a little rough around the edges and spots, the Vancouverism districts feel almost unnaturally clean and well kept. The prescriptive urban design combined with a modern architectural aesthetic makes the whole area feel kind of monotonous. In some ways, Vancouverism has achieved the goal of bringing the suburbs downtown. It's clean, safe, and filled with families, but it can also be affluent, cookie cutter, and exclusive. So that's Vancouverism. As someone who studies urban design, my trip to Vancouver was just amazing. The city has designed entire districts according to cutting-edge urban design principles, and the result are vibrant public spaces and a beautiful city. But a beautiful city for whom? Like a lot of cities, Vancouver hasn't figured out how to make a good city for everyone. What we need is a Vancouverism 2.0, one that focuses on equity for Vancouver to truly be the best place to live in the world. So I recently did a viewer survey, thanks to all who participated. And when I asked about who else you all watch on YouTube, I saw a lot of people mentioning creators like Wendover Productions, CGP Grey, Real Engineering, and Lindsay Ellis. Did you know that me, all of those creators, and many other educational creators teamed up to build Nebula, a streaming video service for education content?
Okay, yes, it's an aggressive title, so I want to back up a little bit and start by saying that
Vancouver's waterfront is perhaps one of the most celebrated waterfronts in the world. It's an epic 28-kilometer path called the Seawall that stretches around the downtown peninsula all the way to Kitsilano. If you ask most residents, they'll probably tell you that it's the crown jewel of the city or something. In fact, this kind of waterfront is becoming more and more popular in cities around the world. Just take a look at Dubai's marina. Even the railings look similar.
Perhaps your city has something like this too. A nice walking path by the sea. But I want to make the case to you that waterfronts like this are actually a bit problematic.
If you ever stop and think about it, like literally try stopping and thinking on the seawall, you might find it a bit awkward. This waterfront isn't meant for much other than walking. There's walking by yourself, walking with a friend, walking with a dog, but it's all just walking. Well, there's cycling too, but you get the point. With a few exceptions like Granville Island and the Convention Center, most of Vancouver's seawall is dedicated to a path which has a ton of parks, maybe a handful of restaurants, but not much else. And a lot of it is frankly underused. Case in point, Cultural Harmony Grove Park, a patch of grass with trees with a few benches. I guess one way to create cultural harmony is to make a park so boring everyone agrees not to use it. And then there's this park that's literally called Existential Alley. I think the name speaks for itself. I could point to countless other examples. The Vancouver seawall is kind of boring.
When I see all these unused spaces in some of the most prime real estate in Vancouver, I can't help but think that there's a missed opportunity here.
Other city waterfronts frankly make Vancouver's look like a snooze fest. Just look at Porto's riverside restaurants, Thailand's floating markets, Oslo's waterfront pools, and Coney Island's beachside amusement park, and general chaos. But one of my favorite examples is actually here in Canada, the Halifax waterfront. It has businesses, buskers, restaurants, concerts, a 2-story beer garden, and so much more right next to the harbor. These waterfronts are more than just places to break in your latest pair of yoga pants. They're places where you feel like the whole community is coming together.
You can really see the difference between Halifax's waterfront and Vancouver's seawall at night.
At 9:30 p.m., Halifax's boardwalk is still bustling. This is clearly a destination at all times of the day, but Vancouver's seawall at 9:30 p.m. is basically shut down. It's like the city doesn't want anyone to be out here after sunset. There's no lighting and very few people. It's a no man's land.
So why isn't Vancouver's waterfront more like Halifax? Well, at first I thought the answer was obvious. You know, as Vancouverites, always obsessed about staying fit and healthy, maybe this is the waterfront you create if you want to look good in spandex. But that's not actually the reason. You can still have a great walking and jogging path while also having businesses, restaurants, and other attractions by the water. The two are quite compatible. The real reason why Vancouver's waterfront is so empty is actually something a bit more political.
People in Vancouver have actually tried to change parts of the waterfront before. In 2001, while Cole Harbour was under construction, the BC Restaurant Association proposed turning it into a mecca for fun and food. But their proposed plan was ultimately rejected by the local government. The result? Yeah, a walking path by the sea. In 2002, the Vancouver Park Board set out to develop this restaurant next to Kitts Beach. And the result? Raucous public meetings, a petition against the development, and a lawsuit that went all the way to the BC Supreme Court.
Why would people hate restaurants so much?
Well, a reporter covering the backlash at the time wrote that the opponents believed it would
despoil a magical beach, lead to beer swilling in the public place, cause light and noise pollution, and increase traffic congestion.
You see, some very vocal people, especially those who live next to the seawall, actually don't want it to become too busy. In fact, there's a long history of people opposing all kinds of activities on the seawall.
For example, bikes. Yeah, it might be hard to believe now, but in the 1970s, cycling on the seawall was made illegal. In 1 year, police handed out over 3,000 tickets to these two-wheeled criminals. One park board commissioner even wanted to start ticketing joggers. Another example, volleyball. In the early 2000s, plans were made to create a set of volleyball courts here in the grass next to Sunset Beach and Vancouver's West End. What's not to love about that? Well, of course, nearby residents protested that too. Their concerns included noise, more competition for parking, and dust. Their preference, a more passive and ecologically sound park environment. The courts were never built.
I think a writer for the Globe and Mail in 1980 described it best. Thousands of citizens living in apartments in the city's West End regard the park as their private backyard. But as much as I'd love to blame this all on the NIMBYs, that's not the only thing at play here. The more I learned about this issue, the more I realized that there's actually a very pervasive ideology to blame as well, one that has shaped cities all across the world for centuries. It turns out there's a lot of park planners and policymakers who actually want public spaces with not much else to do other than walking. And to understand why, we have to go back in history. I want to quickly take a break here to thank Urban Area. They're a nonprofit organization that works to educate and engage the public on urban planning issues. I actually got the original inspiration for this story after attending one of their city debates called Commercialize the Seawall. You can watch a full recording of that debate on their website. All right, now back to the video.
The oldest part of Vancouver's seawall is the section around Stanley Park, which was built in 1918. The city had recently established the park after destroying the indigenous village of Hoi Hoi, as well as other communities, stealing the land from people who had lived there for thousands of years. And they were running into a problem. The park was being eroded into the ocean, so a decision was made to build a wall around the park to protect it. Then this guy was like, wouldn't it be cool if it was also a walking path? And the first part of the seawall was built.
But this walking path wasn't just a neat idea. It was part of a larger movement. At the time, people were pretty desperate to get out of cities.
This was in the aftermath of the Industrial Revolution, where many cities were often polluted and noisy. That led to a design movement. In the 19th century, planners like Frederick Olmsted began designing urban parks specifically to help people escape from the city into nature. He once wrote,
"The enjoyment of scenery employs the mind without fatigue, and yet exercises it, tranquilizes it, and yet enlivens it."
One of his most significant projects was arguably New York's Central Park, 843 acres of landscape gardens with sprawling walking paths. This park and others like it had a huge influence on the design of public spaces all over the world, and soon most cities had a version of their own. The formula? Take a large chunk of land, fill it with lawns and gardens, connect them with walking paths, maybe sprinkle in a questionable monument or two that will probably have to be taken down later, and voila, you have your escape from the city.
Vancouver was no exception to this trend, but its own twist on the concept was the seawall. This walking path overlooking the ocean was designed for citizens here to escape from the city into nature.
People loved it, and this built the political will and expectation to continue the seawall all along the waterfront. At the time, the rest of Vancouver's waterfront was mostly industrial, but in the latter half of the 20th century, these areas gradually redeveloped, creating neighborhoods like Falls Creek South, Yaletown, and Olympic Village. As these lands redeveloped, the public looked to the success of the Stanley Park seawall as inspiration for what should go into these new developments, which was, you guessed it, a walking path. But that wasn't the only force at play here. For developers, the most profitable thing to build next to this walking path weren't businesses or restaurants, but luxury townhouse apartments. So that is what ended up being built, row after row of multi-million-dollar waterfront residences.
Today, that has led to a distinctly quiet and non-commercial waterfront in Vancouver. We have a 28-kilometer waterfront path that mostly consists of parks and luxury housing. Now, I'm not here to tell you that one kind of waterfront is better than another. Ultimately, the best use of public space is a very nuanced issue.
In some places, there probably is still a very fair argument for creating a refuge from pollution and noise, just like the 1800s. But in other places, that might not be the best use of public land. In Vancouver, we have some of the best air quality in the world, but the city does have a well-documented loneliness problem.
At the end of the day, this is a subjective question that differs for each person. What is the best way to use these spaces? And what societal needs do we want them to fill? But increasingly, I don't think we're asking these questions at all.
In cities like Vancouver and across the world, this walking path by the sea formula has become, well, a formula, a cookie-cutter idea that gets plopped into a waterfront regardless of context or the needs of people living there. At best, it's a safe and inoffensive idea.
At the end of the day, a city's waterfront is a very important defining feature of a place, and it's worth thinking critically about what we want that space to look like. Maybe we could try thinking outside of the path.
Yeah, hey, running it back. She used to tell me to look like snack. Yeah, running it back. These motherfuckers are wanting to crack. Yeah, running it back. She wanna say, want that. Nah, running it.
其实我们这边的设计就和那边差不多，除了一些码头以外。应该加一些东西。那这边确实不应该只是这样，这边应该有餐厅，应该有。 也许不是这边，但是起码这个城市里有一个其中的 waterfront 应该是生机勃勃的，应该是。
Hello world, If you've seen my videos about Japan, you may have wondered why it looks the way it does. Shopkeepers living above their stores, small factories next to single-family homes, all those people walking and biking on the streets.
天际线里你想做工厂旁边的房子不太可能，因为工厂就有污染。
things wherever they want. There are many reasons for why Japan looks and feels the way it does, but today I'm going to explain it through zoning.
看看 zoning.
So what is zoning? I'm gonna straight up Wikipedia this definition. Zoning is a method of urban planning in which a municipality or other tier of government divides land into areas called zones, each of which has a set of regulations for new development that differs from other zones. So basically, zones are areas that the government made up that tells you what you can or can't build within them. The common kind used in Canada and the US is single-use zoning. If you played SimCity, like I did over 30 years ago, you'd know the main zone types: residential, commercial, and industrial. The majority of land in American and Canadian cities only allows for single-family zoning. The zone is exactly as it sounds. You can only build single-family homes there. No apartments, no offices, no grocery stores, just single-family homes. Although in many jurisdictions, institutional use, like for schools and churches, is permitted. Single-use zoning is probably why, for Canadians and Americans, Japan looks really different from what they're used to. For example, in Japan, even in the lowest zone, Category 1 exclusively low-rise residential, the permitted buildings include multi-family residential units, which can also be used as small shops or offices, kindergartens and schools, and shrines, temples, churches, and clinics. In this zone, as long as the non-residential part of your home takes up less than 50 square meters, which is roughly 500 square feet, and is less than half your total floor space, you can operate a business out of your home. So it's not uncommon to see people with a shop on their bottom floor and living area above, which in the US would be considered a live-work or work-live unit. So right off the bat, with a few exceptions, you can have a mix of uses within the lowest zone in Japan. This kind of zoning is called mixed-use zoning. Japan has 12 zones, and in a major area like Tokyo, very little of the land is zoned at this lowest level. So let's briefly go through the 12 zones. There are 3 main types. There's residential, where you house people. There's commercial, for shops, offices, and doing business. And then there's industrial, for things like factories. The lowest level residential zone on the left has the most restrictions, and as you move right and rise up the levels, more and more types of buildings and uses are allowed. You'll notice that there's a variety of residential zones. Many of them will allow for different kinds of stores, restaurants, offices, and institutions. So while residential is in the title, they all permit different flavors of mixed use. Even in the industrial zone, you'll see that you can still build houses, restaurants, and stores. They don't want schools there, so that's usually not accepted. This doesn't force people to build their homes or shops in industrial areas, but rather, it allows them to do so if they want to. The land will probably be cheaper, since there's always a chance a factory could open up next door. The only zone where you cannot build residential buildings is in the last zone, the exclusively industrial zone. The practical result of this is that you can build housing virtually anywhere, except the most industrial of industrial places. In a previous video I made called What a Typical Tokyo Neighborhood Looks Like, I showed you the Shinkoiwa area. Here's a map showing the different kinds of zones you can find there. What surprised me was that so much of the area was categorized as quasi-industrial or industrial. But remember, quasi-industrial and industrial zones can have residential housing and commercial facilities. In fact, out of all the zones, quasi-industrial allows for the most types of uses. It's only bathhouses with private rooms and factories with a strong possibility of danger or environmental degradation that aren't permitted. This is what Shinkoiwa's quasi-industrial zone looks like. I can't see any factories in this shot. This is public housing. And here's the riverfront that they recently put walking paths along. Some mid-rise apartments, and if we pull back, there's a little factory or warehouse. In this area, it's mostly not factories. And now, believe it or not, we're in the industrial zone. For the most part, you probably wouldn't be able to notice though. Behind the fence, there's the big factory. And here's the view from the front of it.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. Increasing areas of forest are being engulfed by flames.
Now, let's see some Category 1 residential zoning, which is the most common residential zone in the area, which can look quite different based on where you are. For example, these buildings are part of the zone. These are owned and operated by UR, which is a semi-public housing agency. It's basically public housing for the middle class. And yes, I've made a video about it. And on the other side of the highway, you'll find very similar buildings, except these are run by the Tokyo Metropolitan Government. These are low-income public housing. But over here, this is also a Category 1 residential zone, but it's mostly made up of low-rise residential housing. These red areas on the map are different commercial zones. It's hard to tell, but there are some light red zones, which are neighborhood commercial zones, and darker red ones, which are simply commercial zones. In practice, these thin neighborhood commercial zones in Shinkoiwa are basically shopping streets, which are called shotengai. The darker red areas, the straight-up commercial zones, tend to have bigger developments, and they are often centered around train stations. What should be noted is that even though there are formulas to allow for light and airflow, the city is able to alter these restrictions. So for these commercial areas where there's no space between buildings, that's because they've decided to not have any shade regulations. That's different from a residential area like here, where they do have height and time-based shade regulation. How big you can build and the space between buildings is based on some basic formulas. If you look at the zoning map, you'll see 360. Those numbers mean the floor area ratio and the building coverage ratio. A floor area coverage of 300 means that the total floor area of the building is allowed to be 300% of the total area of the land. So if the land is 1,000 square meters, then you're allowed to have 3 times that floor space, which would be 3,000 square meters. Another way to look at it is that you're allowed to build up multiple stories. With a building coverage ratio of 60%, this means that the max area the building can take up is 60% of the total area of the land. Both of these ratios vary depending on what the city decides. For example, in this other Category 1 residential area, the floor area ratio is 200, while the building coverage ratio is 60. The last technical thing you should know is the slate plane restrictions. They have ratios that need to be met to ensure that there's proper airflow between buildings and that there's sufficient sunlight. In practice, this means that the wider the street and the more room on the property, the higher you can build. A question that people asked me was why some houses are built so close together versus making them into connected row homes. I'm fairly certain you could build connected homes if you wanted to. They exist, but it's actually more versatile for the homeowner not to. Having a separated house means you can completely own your land and thus do whatever you want with it, provided you follow the restrictions I previously mentioned. The reason you don't often see homes built so closely together in Canada or the US is because most residential zones don't allow for this. There are minimum lot sizes, maximum building coverage ratios, and minimum side, front, and backyard distances to adhere to. After seeing all these spaces and buildings, you may have wondered about where the cars park. Well, there are no on-street parking requirements in the zoning laws, so whatever parking you want, you have to finance yourself. If you have a single-family home, the easiest way to get parking is to have a carport or a garage. Most basic new builds I see usually come standard with enough space to park one car. If you're in an older or smaller place, you may not have parking available on your land, like with these houses. In this case, you can rent one of the numerous parking lots dotted throughout the area. In fact, if you want to buy a car, you first have to prove to the police that you have a parking space and that it's big enough. They'll come and visit with a measuring tape to make sure that whatever vehicle you're registering will fit. I'm personally a fan of this kind of parking setup, since the cost to park your car is paid by car owners, not everyone's taxes. This works out nicely in the Tokyo area, since most everywhere has easy access to public transportation. But what happens when you want to visit someone or someplace? Where do you park? Well, areas will also have hourly parking available, whether it's simply a lot with automated parking meters or a parking garage. If a store feels it's worthwhile, they'll provide free parking. However, in the denser areas, it's usually up to you to find and pay for your own parking. I should mention that while the 12 zoning areas are made at the national level, it's the local level that decides how to implement them. So, there are areas that create special laws to protect their character, like with Kyoto City. Their latest laws dictate that the tallest buildings in the most dense zones of the city can now only be 31 meters or about 100 feet. But in other areas, the limit is only 10 meters or about 30 feet. But it's also run into issues, like facing the possibility of going bankrupt in the near future. There are many issues that contribute to the potential bankruptcy, but a couple of them are due to zoning and taxes. Because of the height restrictions, denser areas that can provide more tax revenue aren't possible. Also, the temples and shrines that make the city so magical also pay no taxes. I won't delve into this further because that would require a whole video, but I have linked to sources in the description that go into more detail. My point is that places can indeed be preserved through laws, but they are the exception rather than the rule. I think it's also hard to balance what is preserving history, culture, and tradition versus what is preventing sustainability and progress. I like Japanese zoning. Overall, I think it's conducive to a high quality of life. This can be partially expressed as the freedom it allows. You can generally do what you like with the property. If you want a big plot of land, go ahead and buy it. A lot of landlords that own large plots of lands in previous generations will have quite sizable, for Japanese standards, properties and homes. So you can build your own mini fortress blocking the outside world if you want. But you can also build homes on tiny parcels of land, allowing the middle class to still afford their own, even if there's not much yard or total floor space. Being able to buy a small plot of land leads to better housing affordability. So does the fact that you can build low-rise apartments virtually anywhere. Here's something I'm pondering at the moment. To me, it feels like Japanese zoning is more capitalist than the US or Canada, since it allows the market to decide what the most valuable use of space will be, whether it's to use an area for a shop, office, farm, parking lot, house, or multi-story apartment. Whoever is willing to pay the most for the land will get it and do what they like with it. But it also feels more socialist, since the national government dictates the 12 zoning types, and thus made the policy it deemed best for the country as a whole. While an individual can control what they do with their own property to a high degree, they have very little say in what others do with theirs. So this inevitably leads some people to say they don't like Japanese zoning because people can build whatever they want anywhere. This isn't true. There are 12 zones, and within the zones, they have specific floor area and building coverage ratios. So if you want to live in an area that is mostly low-rise residential with no big factories, you can live in one of those areas. But yeah, if your neighbor wants to run a little business out of their home, sorry, there's nothing you can do. They can also put a little vending machine in front of their home, which has to be one of the reasons you can find them virtually everywhere in Japan. And if they want to build a really funky-looking house next to yours, there's also nothing you can do. There's basically no NIMBYism, not in my backyard. Or wait, that's not really accurate. You can say not in my backyard, but you can't really say not in my neighbor's backyard.
我看这为什么有这么多人呢？这里我知道了，是因为我刚才把这个拆了。我知道，我在加拿大。
This video is sponsored by Henson Shaving. Here in the United States, it's no secret that zoning has created vast neighborhoods of single-family homes, often quite separate from the places people shop, work, and go to school. This separation of uses leads to longer trips to go to the store or go to work, which can increase carbon emissions and lead to more traffic crashes. It also just increases traffic, period. Separation of use is the cornerstone of suburban sprawl, a wasteful and costly land use pattern. But other countries in the world also regulate land use, and their outcomes are often quite different than the ones found here. I mean, this is pretty charming. Is there something about how the countries of Germany, England, and France zone that leads to, you know, more charming cities? It turns out the answer is yes. Let's look at the policies Europe uses to plan cities better and find out if they work in the United States after the bike bell. Let's start our country-by-country comparison right where I am, here in the United States. It's where zoning is the most infamous, and we should really understand why that is. This is also a good time to nail down the absolute basics of zoning. Zoning is quite literally assigning parcels within a jurisdiction like a city or county into distinct zones. Zoning began in the late 19th and early 20th century, back when cities were dense and filled with factories and smokestacks. It was not uncommon for negative external effects of industrial uses, like terrible air pollution, to spill out beyond the boundaries of the property line and cause problems for neighbors. Zoning prevented these nuisances by requiring those factories to be built in places that would limit their negative effects. That's truly how simple some of the early zoning ordinances were. Keep smokestacks away from housing. Here in the United States, we saw a good idea and we ran with it, and some would say we ran it into the ground. Our first real innovation was assigning separate zones for every single different kind of land use. In comparison, in Europe, the early zoning codes really only acknowledged about 3 or 4 different land use types. Instead of 3 or 4, we expanded the number of zones to include any land use type we could think of. We now commonly have separate land uses for residential, commercial, industrial, agriculture, and public space, with even more zones within those categories. Just look at the zoning code from where I live. There are several kinds of commercial zones, for example, including zones for tourist-serving commercial, big box commercial, and downtown commercial. Early zoning codes also included an innovation called hierarchical zoning, sometimes called pyramid zoning. This means that the uses at the top of the pyramid could be located within all other uses below, but not above. Here's a really basic example. Residential uses are at the top of the pyramid. They are generally very low impact and can be located in all residential, commercial, and industrial zones. Commercial zones can't be in residential zones, but can be in industrial. And of course, industrial uses can be in only industrial zones. This system makes some sense, and many early zoning codes followed that pattern. But another early zoning code, one from Berkeley, California, came up with a new innovation, one that swept the nation and now most cities use: non-hierarchical zoning. That's right, we invented one way of doing zoning and then invented a completely opposite way of doing it. In non-hierarchical zoning, only uses specified in the name of the zone can go there. Only residential uses in residential zones, and only commercial uses in commercial zones. There is no hierarchy, every use goes into its own zone, no mixing allowed. One estimate has 80% of US cities using non-hierarchical zoning. When you combine this with our love for many separate zones, you get a city with isolated uses. Now that we understand US zoning, we can begin to evaluate the alternatives. Let's start at the beginning, in 19th century Germany. During the Industrial Revolution, cities in Europe began enacting policies to prevent factories from locating near residential areas. German reformers, however, took this idea and made it a citywide plan. Frankfurt's zoning code, adopted in 1891, is widely regarded as the first use-based zoning code in a large city. This code only had 6 types of zones: 2 residential, 2 mixed use, and 2 industrial. Industrial uses were actually allowed in every zone, even residential, though the most noxious industries were not. You may notice no commercial zones. Businesses like shops and offices were allowed everywhere and even encouraged to mix. There were 2 residential zones, but those 2 zones were not divided based on intensity like in the United States, with one zone for single-family homes and the other for multifamily homes. The Germans basically never even referred to them as separate things. This was the zoning code Americans used as their baseline when they started coming up with all of their new innovations. And while US zoning morphed and evolved into something strange and different, modern German zoning went in a different direction. Though on the surface, they actually look quite similar. Cities in Germany can only use zones predefined in federal statute, and they come in 4 basic flavors: residential, mixed, commercial, and special. And just like in the United States, there are subclasses for each, like mixed use, town center, commercial, industrial, and several types of residential. They even have zones called small-scale residential and exclusively residential. But within a small-scale residential zone, cities still allow duplexes, small shops, and even appropriately scaled industry. Exclusively residential zones are straight up misnomers because they allow housing at all densities, small shops, hotels, and civic buildings. In the United States, separation is the name of the game. In Germany, it's all about finding the right balance in each zone. In a German residential zone, for example, the goal is to get about half the land used for residential purposes. In the United States, that goal is much closer to 100%. Germans just assume that you'll need a corner store, daycare, school, and doctor's office near your house. Having a neighborhood without these things makes the area worse, and it also just makes no sense to them. So why not allow them even in residential zones? This flexibility makes German neighborhoods more resilient and allows residents to be more entrepreneurial. Neighborhood change can be accommodated without requiring a rezoning, like it would in the United States. If a family in the United States wanted to convert their house into a beauty parlor on the ground floor and live above it, they would need to file for a rezone with the city government, as this arrangement would not be allowed in basically any residential zone. It would also almost certainly fail. In Germany, the default assumption is that a small retail business is a good fit and nothing would need to change to allow it to happen. There is one area of agreement between the United States and German zoning codes that sets it apart from other European countries like the United Kingdom. It's the idea that within each zone there are certain land uses that can be built by right, meaning that so long as the developer follows the code, they can assume that they can build whatever they like. In the United Kingdom, no such by right development code exists. Every building is a negotiation between the developer and the local authorities, though the authorities certainly consult local land use plans and other relevant contextual issues. This means the UK essentially manages land use planning on a case-by-case basis. It's so different you probably can't even call it zoning. This system began with the Town and Country Planning Act of 1947 and continues to this day, basically. So how does UK's non-zoning work? How do they regulate land use? Well, each community must prepare a local development framework, which is a collection of planning documents including a core strategy that outlines the development vision for the community. The site-specific allocations document outlines the area community identified as right for development. Then there are more specific proposals maps, and only areas designated for development are assigned proposed land uses. Uses are divided according to 4 state-defined land use classes: shops and services, business and industrial, residential, and social. There are subclasses, but like in Germany, they are much less strict about which uses are in which classification. There's no clear dividing line between single-family houses and multifamily houses, for example. Hotels are considered residential, and home-based businesses are generally allowed. UK planners, feel free to correct what I just said in the comments. Your system's really foreign to me as a US planner, and I'm sure I messed something up, so let me know. France brings us a little closer to US and German style planning, but only just a little. In France, property owners do have a right to develop, but only if they follow very strict rules and regulations. Those rules and regulations are less concerned about land use and more concerned about the design of buildings, things like heights, setbacks, floor-to-area ratios, and even the number of windows. If you look at a zoning map of Paris, for example, you only see a few zones, and the vast majority is simply zoned general urban. Mixed-use development is allowed basically everywhere, but each area in the city has a very specific form-based code that regulates everything I just mentioned. Floor-to-area ratio is one of the most important, as it specifies the overall volume of the building. FAR, as it's known, is simply a ratio of the size of the parcel to the size of the building's floor plates. So here's an example of an FAR of 1, and here's an FAR of 1 as well, with just 2 stories instead of 1. Within the general urban zone of Paris, there are subsectors that have different FAR values to regulate height and building mass, but all allow some kind of mixed use. Many of France's regulations focus on protecting architectural and urban heritage. They care about the building envelope, but don't care as much about what happens inside. Clearly, the 4 countries I've mentioned in this video all regulate land use, and they all do it quite differently. What can the United States learn from these different examples? Well, the first one I think is just to loosen up on the exclusivity associated with non-hierarchical zoning. Maybe make it so that residential and commercial mean predominantly residential and commercial, not 100% exclusively residential and commercial. Doing so would also allow cities to reduce the number of zones, which in some places can be a dozen or more. Fewer, looser zones would also allow for more corner stores, which I've already talked about on this channel, and a wider variety of housing density, which I've also talked about on this channel before. An even bolder idea would be to give more land use planning power to state governments. In all the European countries I profiled, they have a more centralized standard system. Why not here in the United States? You would end up with more standardization, fewer NIMBYs to deal with, and you'd ensure that statewide planning goals are met. Here in California, the state legislature has been starting to do this to force local governments to loosen up restrictions on new housing construction. Now, I'm not saying this is a silver bullet solution, but European countries have been doing this for decades and have more vibrant mixed-use cities to show for it. European cities might even allow an aerospace machine shop to be built in a residential zone, particularly if it manufactures solid metal, high-quality razors. The Henson shaving razor is built to such tight tolerances because only an incredibly small part of the blade is exposed, ensuring an irritation-free experience. I've used this razor and I can personally vouch for that. It hardly even feels like it's cutting hair.
这还是有点厉害，这还是有点厉害。这位老兄能从城市规划转到剃须刀上，而且我居然没有察觉出来，一开始非常狠。
So let me add to the complexity of the situation we find ourselves in. At the same time that we're solving for climate change, we're going to be building cities for 3 billion people. That's a doubling of the urban environment. If we don't get that right, I'm not sure all the climate solutions in the world will save mankind, because so much depends on how we shape our cities, not just environmental impacts, but our social well-being, our economic vitality, our sense of community and connectedness. Fundamentally, the way we shape cities is a manifestation of the kind of humanity we bring to bear. And so getting it right is, I think, the order of the day. And to a certain degree, getting it right can help us solve climate change, because in the end, it's our behavior that seems to be driving the problem. The problem isn't free-floating. It isn't just ExxonMobil and oil companies. It's us, how we live. How we live. There's a villain in this story. It's called sprawl, and I'll be upfront about that. But it's not just the kind of sprawl you think of, or many people think of, as low-density development out at the periphery of the metropolitan area. Actually, I think that sprawl can happen anywhere at any density. The key attribute is that it isolates people. It segregates people into economic enclaves and land use enclaves. It separates them from nature. It doesn't allow the cross-fertilization, the interaction that make cities great places and that make society thrive. And so the antidote to sprawl is really what we all need to be thinking about, especially when we're taking on this massive construction project. So let me take you through one exercise. We did this, developed a model for the state of California so they could get on with reducing carbon emissions. We did a whole series of scenarios for how the state could grow. And this is just one overly simplified one. We mixed different development prototypes and said they're going to carry us through the year 2050, 10 million new crew in our state of California. And one was sprawl. It's just more of the same: shopping malls, subdivisions, office parks. The other one was dominated by not everybody moving to the city, but just compact development, what we used to think of as streetcar suburbs, walkable neighborhoods, low rise, but integrated, mixed-use environments. And the results are astounding. They're astounding not just for the scale of the difference of this one shift in our city-making habit, but also because each one represents a special interest group. A special interest group that used to advocate for their concerns one at a time. They did not see what I call co-benefits of urban form, and that allows them to join with others. So land consumption, environmentalists are really concerned about this. So are farmers. There's a whole range of people, and of course neighborhood groups that want open space nearby. The sprawl version of California, it almost doubles the physical footprint. Greenhouse gas, tremendous savings, because in California, our biggest carbon emission comes from cars. And cities that don't depend on cars as much, obviously, create huge savings. Vehicle miles traveled, that's what I was just talking about. Just reducing the average 10,000 miles per household per year from somewhere in the mid 26,000 per household has a huge impact, not just on air quality and carbon, but also on the household pocketbook. It's very expensive to drive that much. And as we've seen, the middle class is struggling to hold on. Healthcare, you know, we were talking about how do you fix it once we broke it, clean the air. Why not just stop polluting? Why not just use our feet and bikes more? And that's a function of the kinds of cities that we shape.
不行，全禁止了反而不好
Household
看。
costs.
城市的面
2008 was a
貌，
mark in
我
time,
现在是
not
很选
of
择
just
性地
financial
看。
industry running
比如说
amok.
这边，
It
有
was
些
that
街
we
道
were
我是
trying to
允许
sell
停
too
车的，
many of the
有些
wrong
街道
kind
我
of
则是不
housing.
允许停车。
Large lot, single
我就是想
family,
搭配出一个
distant,
比较
too expensive
生机勃
for
勃
the
的城市，
average middle class
就像这种
family
前面有
to
很多
afford,
办公
and
大
quite
楼的
frankly,
地
not a
方。
good fit to their
那很多
lifestyle
很
anymore.
多市民他
But
需
in
要
order to move inventory,
他需要偶尔办个事情，那人家要最好有一个能方便停车，比如说城市里经常那种什么半小时停车免费，1小时停车免费，一般会有1小时免费停，就是那种位置你还是需要有的，否则市民生活非常不方便，这样也会进一步影响到你的城市面貌。我的主要街道肯定都是不允许停车的，但是每一个这种涉及到密集商业还有办公楼的地方都会有停车位置。我要确保整个城市以人为本。每个地方之所以要有没有停车，都要根据这个地方的属性来定。居民区，这除非附近有这种停车场，否则会太不方便了。
So the affordable housing advocates, who often sit off in their silo, separate from the environmentalists, separate from the politicians, everybody fighting with everyone, now begin to see common cause. And I think the common cause is what really brings about the change. Los Angeles, as a result of these efforts, has now decided to transform itself into a more transit-oriented environment. As a matter of fact, since 2008, they voted in $400 billion of bonds for transit, as opposed to, and $0 for new highways.
TOD 是一座优秀城市的必备属性。
A city of walkers in transit, not a city of cars. How does it happen? You take the least desirable land, the strip, you add, where there's space, transit, and then you infill mixed-use development. You satisfy new housing demands, and you make the existing neighborhoods all around it more complex, more interesting, more walkable. Okay, here's another kind of sprawl. China, high-density sprawl, what you think of as an oxymoron, but the same problems, everything isolated in superblocks. And of course, this amazing smog that was just spoken to. 12% of GDP in China now is spent on the health impacts of that. The history, of course, of Chinese cities is robust. It's like any other place. Community was all about small local shops and local services, and walking, interacting with your neighbors. May sound utopian, but it's not. It's actually what people really want. The new super blocks, these are blocks that would have 5,000 units in them. And they're gated as well, because nobody knows anybody else. And of course, there isn't even a sidewalk. No ground floor shops, a very sterile environment. I found this one case here in one of the super blocks where people had illicitly set up shops in their garages so that they could have that kind of local service economy. The desire of people to get it right is there. We just have to get the planners on board and the politicians. All right, some technical planning stuff. Chongqing is a city of 30 million people. It's, you know, almost as big as California. This is a small growth area. They wanted us to test the alternative to sprawl in several cities across China. This is for 4.5 million people. What the takeaway from this image is, every one of those circles is a walking radius around a transit station.
TOD
Massive
概念。
investment in metro and BRT, and a distribution that allows everybody to work within walking distance of that. The red area, this is a blow-up. All of a sudden, our principles called for green space, preserving the important ecological features. And then those other streets in there are auto-free streets. So instead of bulldozing, leveling the site, and building right up to the river, this green edge was something that really wasn't normative in China until these set of practices began experimentation there. The urban fabric, small blocks, maybe 500 families per block. They know each other. The street perimeter has shops, so there's local destinations. And the streets themselves become smaller because there are more of them. Very simple, straightforward urban design. Now here you have something I dearly love. Think of the logic. If only a third of the people have cars, why do we give 100% of our streets to cars? What if we gave 70% of the streets to car-free, to everybody else, so that the transit could move well for them, so that they could walk, so they could bike? Why not have geographic equity in our circulation system? And quite frankly, cities would function better. No matter what they do, no matter how many ring roads they build in Beijing, they just can't overcome complete gridlock. So this is an auto-free street, mixed use along the edge. It has transit running down the middle. I'm happy to make that transit autonomous vehicles, but maybe I'll have a chance to talk about that later. So there are 7 principles that have now been adopted by the highest levels in the Chinese government, and they're moving to implement them. And they're simple, and they are globally, I think, universal principles. One is to preserve the natural environment, the history, and the critical agriculture. Second is mix. Mixed use is popular, but when I say mix, I mean mixed incomes, mixed age groups, as well as mixed land use. Walk. There's no great city that you don't enjoy walking in. You don't go there. The places you go on vacation are places you can walk. Why not make it everywhere? Bike is the most efficient means of transportation we know. China has now adopted policies that put 6 meters of bike lane on every street. They're serious about getting back to their biking history. Complicated planaries here, connect. It's a street network that allows many routes instead of singular routes and provides many kinds of streets instead of just one. Ride. We have to invest more in transit. There's no silver bullet. Autonomous vehicles are not going to solve this for us. As a matter of fact, they're going to generate more traffic, more VMT than the alternative. And focus. We have a hierarchy of the city based on transit rather than the old armature of freeways. It's a big paradigm shift. But those two things have to get reconnected in ways that really shape the structure of the city. So I'm very hopeful. In California, United States, China, these changes are well accepted. I'm hopeful for 2 reasons. One is most people get it. They understand intrinsically what a great city can and should be. And the second is that the kind of analysis we can bring to bear now allows people to connect the dots, allows people to shape political coalitions that didn't exist in the past. That allows them to bring into being the kinds of communities we all need. Thank you.
Great. So, okay, autonomous driving, self-driving cars, a lot of people here are very excited about them. What are your concerns or issues about them?
Well, you know, I think there's almost too much hype here. First is, everybody says, well, we're going to get rid of a lot of cars. What they don't say is you're going to get a lot more vehicle miles. You're going to get a lot more cars moving on streets. There's be more congestion.
Because they're so appealing to, well, you can drive while reading or sleeping.
Couple reasons. One is, if they're privately owned, people will travel greater distances. It'll be a new lease on life to sprawl. If you can work on your way to work, you can live in more remote locations. It'll revitalize sprawl in a way that I'm deeply frightened. Taxis, about 50% of the survey says that people won't share them. If they don't share them, you can end up with a 90% increase in vehicle miles traveled. If you share them, you're still at around 30% increase in VMT.
Sharing them meaning having multiple people riding at once in some sort of intelligent ride sharing.
So the Uber share without a steering wheel.
Yeah.
The reality is the efficiency of vehicles, you can do it with or without a steering wheel. It doesn't matter. They claim that they're the only ones that are going to be efficient electric, but that's not true. But the real bottom line is that walking, biking, and transit are the way cities and communities thrive. And putting people in their private bubbles, whether they have a steering wheel or not, is the wrong direction. And quite frankly, the image of a AV on its way to McDonald's to pick up a pack without its owner, just being sent off on these kind of random errands is really frightening to me.
Well, thank you for that. And I have to say, the images you showed of those mixed-use streets, really inspiring, really beautiful. Thank you for your work, Gideon. Thank you.
我在建一个 waterfront 的区域，这个 waterfront 区域会和刚才这个截然不同。这边是一个海岸步道、码头，但是这一侧我要做的是一个大家也已经可以看到，一个那种生机勃勃的一个商业街，会有各种饭店啊、娱乐场所啊，包括还有一个海边列车。会是一个观光和这个休闲的一个聚集点。不过我们现在有一个问题，就是这一侧呀，这个是太陡了，我觉得其实倒是做不出什么特别，但是这一侧我们绝对是可以利用。这一侧的话，我在想放一些低密度。或者说甚至干脆直接留这边这边留成一个步道也行，然后这一侧做那些商店什么的。
This video is sponsored by CuriosityStream. When you sign up at the link in the description, you also get access to Nebula, a streaming video service that City Beautiful is a part of. The Champs-Élysées in Paris, Regent Street in London, Stroll in Copenhagen, the Ringstrasse in Vienna, Via del Corso in Rome, La Rambla in Barcelona, Passeig de Gracia, also in Barcelona. These are all famous streets for various reasons. They may have symbolic value, have a storied history, or be just really nice places to be. But are they, from an urban design perspective, great streets? Do they have the qualities that make them pleasant, beautiful spaces to inhabit? Things like shade, a sense of enclosure, or a vibrant social life. In this video, we'll discuss some of the characteristics that urban design experts identified as being critical to the design of great streets. So stick around if you're interested in seeing how these traits apply to some of the great European streets.
但是现在还没出，这些东西等出了资产编辑器以后都可以自己放。资产编辑器最近应该就要出了，不过现在还没有。
What are the basic ingredients to a great street?
现在自己生成的这些还都是商店。
A great street for a car probably looks something like this, or maybe a highway like this. Fast, wide, and free of obstructions is perfect for a driver. This video is going to focus on streets for people on foot, or in a mobility device you would normally see on a sidewalk. I have a video on bike streets if you want more information on that, but we'll be focusing on pedestrians here. The number one thing a pedestrian needs is space. The street can still have lanes for cars, but it must also have enough sidewalk space to be a space to socialize, people watch, window shop, and do all of those things comfortably. Great streets are not just connections from point A to point B, but instead a distinct place with room for activities. Room for pedestrians does not mean wide streets. Narrow streets can be great. It just means that other users have to give up some or all of their space. Walking around the narrow streets of Rome or any city with ancient or medieval histories are proof of this. On the flip side, an extremely wide street like the Ringstrasse can still be quite comfortable for pedestrians, while still allowing for quite a bit of car traffic. The Ringstrasse was built where the old medieval fortifications once stood. New parks, museums, stately buildings, and a grand boulevard took its place in the late 1800s. In some places, it's configured like a multi-way boulevard that offers pedestrians several places to walk between lanes of car traffic. In other spots, it sort of merges with adjacent parks. In all cases, it's evidence that even a wide street can be a great place to walk. The next major consideration is climate and comfort. Pedestrians aren't in protected little boxes like drivers are, so this really matters. Is the street shady when it's hot? Does it feel like a wind tunnel? Does it offer protection from the rain? One of the most famous examples of streets sheltered from the elements is in Bologna. The central city has over 45 kilometers of porticoed streets. The streets essentially have sidewalks covered by the upper stories of adjacent buildings, but the sidewalks are still public. Cars drive through the narrow space between the porticos. The porticos do a good job of keeping out the rain and snow, as well as the hot sun in summer. They are still wide enough to offer the comfort described before. Bologna is one of my favorite cities, thanks to these unique and beautiful streets. Of course, it's possible to make weather-sensitive streets without constructing massive networks of porticos. Trees will do the trick. I love street trees so much that I've already done an entire video dedicated to this topic. I'll just reiterate that they can keep pedestrians cool and dry, and they also improve local air quality and look beautiful doing it. Many of the great streets mentioned in this video have tree canopies to keep people comfortable. I'm going to call out one street that could do a little better. The trees along the Champs-Élysées are trimmed into a boxy form that looks interesting. It creates a distinct parallel line structure, but it does a poor job of creating a canopy. I'd love to see Paris loosen up a bit and let the trees grow as they'd like.
你建了个停车场出来是什么呀，大哥？你在搞笑吗？让你建商店，不是让你建停车场啊，喂！
When you think about streets, it's
疯
easy
了
to get caught up in thinking about just the ground level.
无语
When I was talking
这
about
我
the
真
need for
无语。
pedestrian space, that's a ground level concern. But truly great streets have walls, a sense of enclosure. You don't have to go as far as Bologna level
他建了
enclosure.
个加
A good
油
street makes you
站。
feel somewhat contained. Nobody wants to walk
哎
in the opposite scenario, where you're out in some suburban arterial with all of the buildings too low and too far apart to create enclosure. Even the most pleasing country roads are tree-lined to offer that enclosure. There are two dimensions to enclosure, vertical and horizontal. Vertical is how tall a building needs to be relative to the width of the street. There's no single best ratio here, but most of the great streets have a ratio of 1 to 1 to about 1 to 4. If you start getting a ratio of 1 to 5, the buildings are too short and too far away to create any enclosure. There are some extreme examples of enclosure, like the Via del Corso in Rome. You get places with 20-meter tall buildings and 11-meter wide streets for a ratio of 1 to 0.5. This is pretty close to the upper limit of how enclosed a street can feel while still feeling comfortable and not claustrophobic. Horizontal enclosure depends on the type of street. The streets in this video probably need more horizontal enclosure than, say, a street of single-family homes. For urban streets, if you can see through to the rear yard or alley or the next street over, the horizontal spacing's probably too loose. Now that we have the building massing squared away, what about the other qualities of the buildings themselves? The buildings form the walls of the urban room we call a street, and we don't want boring white walls. There are several important criteria to consider, and the first is transparency. Are there windows at street level or blank walls? Which would you rather walk down? Having windows at street level usually means storefronts and other semi-public spaces on the inside that expand the reach of the street realm. This is why many great streets are also great shopping streets, with elaborate shop windows. Related to this is facade articulation. Windows are great, but if you
What the
only have windows
fuck?
like glass office buildings,
什
you
么
can
东
run into
西
the
呀
same
这
problem as
是？
blank walls. Facade articulation gives the eye something
建
interesting
了
to
个
look
什
at.
么
Remember,
屁
when
呢？
you're on foot, you can notice little details that you
真
never
是
notice in
疯
a
了，
car.
为什么非要
So they
建这
really
个？
matter to the quality of the street. This is why you see signage like this on a car-oriented street and signage like this on a pedestrian-oriented one. Little details like multiple cornice lines, windows with divided lights, and embellished doors can create interesting textures and shadow lines that create a visual feast for our eyes. Speaking of doors, entrance frequency is another important consideration. Are there doors spaced every 10 meters or every 100 meters? The closer the doors are spaced, the livelier the street in general. More doors equals better street. Our final attribute, at least for this video, is complementarity. Did the buildings along the street go together? They don't all need to be built in the same era, but they should all work together to form a cohesive streetscape. Back when I was in architecture school, we called these good neighbor buildings. You don't have to have a street that looks like Regent Street in London, which takes this to an extreme, and with a nice bend creates a pleasing effect. And you can have a few iconic buildings like a Gaudi on the Passage de Gracia, but in general, buildings should feel consistent and complementary. Now, there are many other factors to consider, and maybe I'll put that in a part 2 video. They include things like how a street begins and ends, having many small buildings instead of a few large ones, parking, overall length, and so on. But I hope this gave you a general overview of the design characteristics needed to create a great street. When a street has a few of these characteristics really dialed in, the effect is pleasing for somebody walking down it. Hey, thank you so much for sticking around to the end. And this is the point where I usually talk about a sponsor, and this one is great. It's Nebula and Curiosity Stream. Now, Nebula has a ton of great original content, and I really want to recommend Tom's Chicago's L system is an iconic part of the city, and a city full of amazing icons. It's also a blast from the past. The L was one of the earliest metro systems in the United States, and in the 1890s when it was getting built, elevated systems were common. But most cities moved those systems underground, not Chicago.
我的
The
天，
elevated
你
tracks
就
that make
非
the
要
loop
建
from
这个
downtown
是吧？
from
你们
1897
到底
and
怎么
still
了？
going strong, at least I hope. Today, Chicago's the only U.S. city that still has elevated lines downtown.
So why are some metro systems elevated while some are below ground? Is one way better? Do elevated networks attract more NIMBYs, or are they cheaper and easier to build? Let's follow this train of thought after the bike bell. Chicago's one of my favorite cities, and the L might be one of the biggest reasons for that.
It's like the city knew it would have some of the best architecture in the United States and decided to make their mass transit a scenic tour through it all. But why is it the only major US system running above ground through skyscrapers? Well, once upon a time, lots of cities were building elevated trains like Chicago's. That includes New York City, which now has a system that's essentially named for being underground. Or the Sandwich Shop, I don't know which. But I do know that New York streets were snarled with traffic in the 1860s. It was a city on its way to 1.6 million people by the 1870 census. There was simply no good way to move a lot of people efficiently back then. You had stagecoaches in the 1810s and 1820s, and eventually horse-drawn omnibuses on rails in the 1830s and 40s. Steam locomotives pulled cars on those rails in subsequent years, but they're such a nuisance that they weren't allowed below 42nd Street. And any mass transit at street level, horse or otherwise, had to contend with traffic. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that mass transit needed to go either above or below street level. After many proposals, some patents, and a few false starts, New York had a steam locomotive running above street level along 9th Avenue. At its greatest extent, it ran from Battery Park all the way up to Harlem. The line ultimately closed in 1940 without much fuss. Commuters could take the parallel 8th Avenue subway line instead. But back in the 1870s, when New Yorkers were taking their first elevated rail trips, Londoners were taking their first ride on the London Tube system. That first opened in 1863 with a smokeless steam locomotive running in a tunnel from Paddington Station to King's Cross Station and on to a further stop. Was New York wrong to start building elevated lines while London built underground, considering that New York eventually started building subways? Not necessarily. Elevated lines were cheaper and faster to build. The 9th Avenue line was funded with an initial investment of $100,000 for a 40-kilometer line. The first London Tube line was built at a cost of £1 million for 6 kilometers. New York was growing faster than London at this time, and adding lines quickly was a priority. London was incredibly dense and looking to connect some of its most popular destinations, like rail stations. They're different tools for different jobs.
I'm sorry if I've offended any Chicagoans with a story about New York and a video about Chicago, so let's get back to Chicago.
If New York was growing fast during this time, Chicago was at light speed. Chicago's population doubled from 500,000 to a million between 1880 and 1890. It would double again in the next 20 years. The city needed fast mass transit. Elevated trains were the obvious solution. Its first line opened in 1892, right after New York's. The first few lines put downtown as the law required the permission of all neighbors before building over the public street. This limited the L's effectiveness, but eventually one of the transit magnates used enough cash to convince downtown property owners to allow elevated trains, and the entire system became much more effective. The loop is still the centerpiece of the system today.
Okay, I think we've done enough history for this video, so let's get into the pros and cons of elevated versus below ground.
All of this history points to one of the advantages of building elevated rail systems. In theory, they can be built faster than underground lines. This works great in areas where there's a dire need for rapid transit now. Many new rail lines in developing nations are elevated. Mumbai's metro system, for example, is 100% elevated. Running an elevated line through a dense, gridded street network can be challenging because of all those tight right angles. Chicago's L cars have to be shorter, essentially trolley length, to make it around the bends. This actually makes some sense as the original loop was a trolley loop. Underground lines don't have to conform to the street grid, and they can avoid tight corners. This can also improve speed along the line. Are elevated lines cheaper to build than underground lines? The cop-out answer is, it depends. One consideration is where it's built. Transit construction costs are higher in the United States. The projected total cost of the Honolulu skyline, when completely finished, will be about $370 million per kilometer. The average cost of an underground metro line outside the United States is only $215 million per kilometer. But in general, it's cheaper to build an elevated line than an underground line. It's much cheaper still to build an at-grade metro line. It's one of the only affordable ways to build high-speed transit in the United States. At-grade rail lines can create barriers in the street network, though, unless they're routed in the medians of highways, but those lines have their own issues. Trains are noisy, so one would expect them to be undesirable to live next to one. Indeed, studies have shown that elevated rail lines can reduce property values along the line, while underground lines can actually raise property values. Noise is a common reason people are wary of living near trains, though people living along them do seem to get used to it. One Chicago resident said, "It just sort of blends into the background as city noise. Good windows and sound shields along the tracks can go a long way to minimize that noise. It's really not very different than living near a busy road." Noise doesn't just affect those outside the train, but those riding as well. A study of Chicago's metro system found that the loudest sounds were coming from its underground lines, as sound bounced off the tunnel walls and made it louder for passengers. The moral of the story here is that elevated train noise isn't a great argument for stopping a rail project, but that probably won't stop NIMBYs from trying. The reality is that most cities use a combination of elevated, underground, and at-grade segments, sometimes on the same line. Chicago, known for its elevated railways, has two subway lines running through downtown, the State Street Subway and the Dearborn Subway. And New York has plenty of lines that run elevated in the outer boroughs. For example, the 7 trains running on the Flushing Avenue line start underground in Manhattan, cross under the East River, and emerge as an elevated line just before the Court Square station. The London Underground isn't totally underground either. In fact, about 55% of the lines are above ground, making the name kind of a misnomer. The whole picture gets even more complicated when you consider that not all underground lines are the same. Cut and cover tunnels essentially dig out roadways, put the trains underground, and then build the road back over the top. Those can be less expensive to build, but are far more disruptive to people and businesses along the route. Tunnels built deeper using boring machines can avoid much of the disruption, but can be more expensive to build. And at grade could be right at ground level or down in a trench. Elevated lines can look and operate differently too. Technically, monorails are elevated mass transit. Elevated lines, underground lines, and at-grade lines are all different tools, and it's up to transit agencies to decide what the best fit is for any given situation. It's common to have elevated lines in less dense areas of a city, like the outer edges, and underground stations in the center. But as Chicago shows, that's not always the case, and it's part of the reason this system is so special. Speaking of special, we're in that special time of year when we give gifts to people we love and make donations to worthy causes. But there are over 1.5 million nonprofits in the United States alone and millions more abroad.
One of the greatest traditions here on this channel is ranking various elements of transit systems and sometimes transit systems themselves. And so I figured that after having made detailed metro explainer videos about so many different cities, as well as visiting a couple major metros this year, as well as further developing and refining my opinions about various systems, that it was a reasonable time to create the top 10 metro systems in the world Redux. There aren't too many rules to this ranking, and it is just my opinion, albeit informed by years of research and in many cases a lot of first-hand experience actually using the systems. The ranking isn't solely based on size or track length, because I don't think that actually represents what makes a system good. It is potentially related or correlated to it, but it isn't the only factor. That being said, I'm also adding a little bit to each of the rankings that mentions whether I think the system would be better or worse if you were to include its entire urban transportation network, since some cities really heavily rely on their metros while others do not. Now with that out of the way, let's get started with our big number 10. In 10th place today is Delhi. The Delhi Metro is a large system, both in terms of track length and number of stations, and it effectively has 12 different lines. The system is fully accessible and has lots of the modern features you'd expect, from large, spacious stations to platform screen doors and automated trains. Delhi is also one of the fastest growing systems on today's today's list, and it would probably rank even higher if it weren't for certain planning issues, like poor connections between some lines and the lack of integration with existing modes of transport. That being said, it should still be considered a significant achievement that a system that didn't even exist 20 years ago can make it onto this list at all. That also being said, if you take into account the other transportation systems in Delhi, I actually think the system might rank lower. And that's largely because Delhi hasn't given nearly enough attention to enhancing the existing bus and suburban rail systems. And at the same time, the metro just isn't accessible to a large portion of the population. That being said, if you're curious about the Delhi Metro, I have a video on it that explains it in detail, so you can check that out in the link down below. In 9th place, we have the Mexico City Metro. Like Delhi, Mexico City is a large system that rarely gets enough attention. The system has nearly 200 stations, over 200 kilometers of track, and 12 different lines, just like Delhi. And the network also has quite a unique topology among metro systems around the world, with a strong grid network. That being said, I don't like the tendency to create entirely separate suburban rail lines that force you to transfer to get into and out of the city center. Mexico City does do a really good job being multimodal, with gondola lines, multiple BRT networks, the Metro bus in particular being incredibly impressive, as well as trolley bus, light rail, and bike sharing networks, all integrated with a common mobility card. And so if this ranking wasn't only about the metro system, Mexico City would probably be even higher. In 8th place, we have Madrid, which also, in my opinion, goes painfully underappreciated, at least in the English-speaking world. It's the first system in this list that actually has a proper loop line, though Delhi should be getting one pretty soon. And it arguably has two if you count the wacky Line 12. What I think makes Madrid so good is that it is both incredibly extensive but also incredibly high quality, largely thanks to a lot of construction in the 2000s and 2010s. In particular, a ton of effort in the past decade has been going into making the existing system more accessible and higher quality with better wayfinding and other amenities. Now, the trains on the system are incredibly small, but I don't actually see this as a negative. As I've discussed before, this epitomizes the idea of providing more transit to more places and more people first, and worrying about expanding capacity later when lots of people are riding transit and support the idea of building even more of it. Now, given the high-quality suburban rail and suburban light rail systems in particular, I think Madrid would also rank higher if we were to include its entire transportation network rather than just the metro system. We do also have an explainer on Madrid, so you can check that out in the top right corner. In 7th place is New York City, and some people will argue with this placement, since New York lacks so many of the modern amenities that are seen as kind of standard on other systems, like fully walk-through trains from end to end. But I think the case is still there that New York has the most impressive metro infrastructure in the entire world, even if it's not nearly well maintained enough. From the many quad-track lines running through Manhattan, arguably one of the densest places in the world, to the plethora of river crossings and the incredibly complex underground flyovers that are all over the place in the city. New York has incredible infrastructure, and a large part of it was built nearly 100 years ago. At the same time, despite all of its issues, the New York City subway still manages to move a ton of people, and so the issues can't be all that big to its actual core functioning. With all of that kept in mind, I don't actually think New York would rank much higher if the other systems in the region, like the Long Island Railroad, Metro North, New Jersey Transit, and the PATH were included. And that's largely because, in my opinion, they suffer from a lot of the same problems as the subway. Generally impressive bones, but poor operations, maintenance, and enhancements over the years. Number 6 is London, which, as you probably know from my recent London Underground versus New York City subway battle, just barely edges out the New York City subway in my personal opinion. Ultimately, I think London deserves this spot on the list because it's one of the few old systems that still moves a ton of people and yet has managed to maintain its system quite well. At the same time, the London Underground, like the New York City subway, has a certain degree of cultural cachet. You see it in movies and books and all over the place in media that almost any other system in the world can't match. Of course, we also do have a dedicated explainer video for London, and in this case, if you were to include all of the other transport in the UK's capital, I think London would rank close to the top of the list. The suburban railways are incredible, the DLR is really very impressive, and the overground is a great case case study in how to enhance existing rail infrastructure. So that's London. In 5th place, we have the Paris Metro. Paris's system is incredibly dense, and there are definitely cases to be made that it shouldn't edge out London, as it often doesn't feel particularly well maintained, and it's even worse for accessibility, which is a big part of why London, New York, and Paris don't rank higher on this list. But keeping that in mind, Paris has almost done more important enhancement work to its metro system than London or New York have done to their respective systems. Things like retroactively automating Line 1, adding platform screen doors to a number of places across the system, and doing a major expansion of the metro itself, which is something you basically don't see anywhere on a major legacy system right now. London, New York, Madrid, Berlin, Tokyo even aren't doing major expansions of what are pretty old metro systems, and that's a big part of what makes Paris so impressive. Of course, just like with London, and to a similar extent, Paris would rank even higher if you could consider the trams and RER, which provide great local and regional connectivity respectively. And of course, we do have an explainer on the metro up here. In 4th place, we have the Hong Kong MTR. Hong Kong's system isn't actually nearly as large as a lot of systems on this list, and it has far less stations. But thanks to the incredibly tight land use and transit integration in Hong Kong, it really doesn't need to be that gigantic, because the places you want to go are placed where stations exist. And so in many ways, the city of Hong Kong developed with the transit system, rather than the transit system trying to match the city of Hong Kong. And at the same time, the MTR feels like one of the last systems to benefit from truly visionary planning, such as having various lines connect together with cross-platform transfers all over the city, sometimes even done as retrofits. Of course, the system was designed for very high capacity, higher capacity than most other systems on this list, and it has all of the modern touches you would expect. At the same time, though, I haven't always appreciated that Hong Kong has great transit that isn't just the MTR, including its excellent bus network, which uses lovely double-decker buses, and even informal transit networks, which are quite an interesting topic, potentially for a future video. Of course, I also do have an explainer of the MTR, so if you're interested, check it out up here. In 3rd place, we have the Shanghai Metro. Shanghai's system is incredibly extensive, and by some measures, it is the largest in the world. And as you would expect for systems mostly constructed in the last few decades, it's incredibly modern, with platform screen doors and automated trains not even being all that unusual here. And it really does have it all from a network planning perspective as well, with a dense core of rail lines and tons of different suburban extensions, albeit with a bit too much of a tendency to, like Mexico City, build separate suburban lines forcing you to transfer. At the same time, the dual issue of suburban-oriented lines running out in the suburbs only is that there isn't a great express network that lets you cross one of the largest and densest cities in the world quickly, something which even other Chinese cities do better. In 2nd place is the Seoul subway, which does not have an explainer yet, but which will probably get one next year. The Seoul subway is impressive for a number of reasons. Of course, it's extensive and modern, like the MTR and the Shanghai Metro. But it also leads the way on a lot of important things, like connectivity with cellular data and Wi-Fi across the system, as well as little touches that you so often see in great transit cities, like heated seats for those cold winter days. Of course, Seoul also benefits from regional rail through running, where trains on suburban lines can run through some of the metro lines, and that's incredibly useful for providing that cross-regional high-speed connectivity as well as convenient suburban trips. And Seoul is building an entire new express metro network known as the GTX deep below it, so things are going to get even better in the coming years. And I even think a city like Shanghai could learn a lot from Seoul. Now, before we get to our number 1 pick, I'd like to give a few honorable mentions. These are systems that aren't necessarily leading in every single category, but do some unique things well. Some of these include Santiago for its really nice planning, but also its incredible modernity, especially with all of its new automated lines that feature platform screen doors, which is quite unique for the Americas. I also want to mention Stockholm for its excellent land use planning, design, and its iconic cave stations, which are a great example of letting people appreciate the engineering that goes into a transit system. I also think it's important to recognize Berlin and other German-speaking metro systems for their use of proof of payment, which makes stations simpler and using the systems even more convenient than a typical metro. Singapore is a system I really appreciate for its modern touches and innovation, something which you don't see all that much these years with the standard subway being pretty much locked down. I also think it's really important to highlight Chengdu, Shenzhen, and Guangzhou, who have all done a really good job creating the new category of high-speed express metros, which cities like Seoul and Delhi are starting to construct, and which cities like Shanghai would benefit massively from. The final cities I want to mention in this video, including a Canadian city, are Washington, D.C. and Montreal. These systems both have their issues. Washington, D.C. isn't necessarily all that great operationally, and Montreal's system just isn't all that big or that modern. But what both of these systems have in spades is excellent architecture, some of the best in the world in my personal opinion, which is why I'm mentioning them here. Just the incorporation of brutalism into metro systems is just genius. So what is the #1 system? Well, you probably guessed it, it's Tokyo, which you can learn about in my dedicated explainer, of course. Tokyo arguably has several different metro systems, which integrate and connect incredibly well, despite the fact that they are separate. The system is also filled with touches that make it comfortable and frankly pleasant to use. At the same time, while many people associate the idea of metros with some degree of unsafety or dirtiness, both of these couldn't be further from descriptions of any of Tokyo's rail systems, which are incredibly clean and are just incredibly safe at the same time. And with that said, there's an argument to be made that almost no city can match the incredible convenience and extensiveness of Tokyo's suburban rail through running, where you can get on a train in the metro and it will pop out onto a suburban rail line to take you to your final destination in one trip. And so with that, we have the top 10 metro systems in the world, in my opinion. Now, what transit top 10 should I do next? And what do you think the top 10 metro systems in the world are? Leave a comment down below with your personal opinion, and as always, thanks for watching.
靠，怎么就12点？哎，我们的公共交通系统还是很发达的。我目前的这个线路 ，What the fuck？ 哎，这什么情况啊？哎呦，吓死我了 ！What the fuck？ 刚才，好，好像没有什么大碍，虚惊一场，有点离谱。今天央港步道上怎么没有什么人？昨天全是人。今天这么冷清是为什么？此冷清，一个人都没有。惊。 这些树长得真够慢的，我只能说。为什么这有空气污染啊？我靠 ，the fuck！ 哦，难道哦那个吹过去的吧？极高，酒店，这些是酒店，食品、住宿、旅游业。这只是我们的一个城市，最大的城市，但这边会有完整的另一个城市，这一侧会有另一个城市。需求怎么这么高？问题是。
entering thick digital games. Prepare for sensory overload.
You want it thick? Digital! Are you a man or a mountain? Digital! You ready for a game that rips out your heart and stomps it to death? Digital! Then come on down to Think Digital and we'll hook you up to adrenaline overdrive. You won't be able to take much more of this, sir. Then hit them with everything we've got. Digital! Thick Digital! It's all out war!
太大了，这核电站这么巨啊，太巨了。核电站也许就是这么巨。Holy shit！ 物体充电。Nuclear power station. 核电站，使用核裂变作为热源的热力发电，是怎么回事？哦，断。产生大量噪音，不污染空气地面，消耗大量冷却水。我也不知道这张图叫什么，可以看看。哦，这有，无垠平原。说实话，这也不是平啊，中间虽然是平原，但是是个依山傍水的图。我认为首发的图里最好的一个，起码我最喜欢的一个应该是。那我们有了核电站，真大呀！这核电站真够大的。冷却塔。这里面还有小窗户。冬天，哎，他在哪里？他到别的城市去了。怪不得停在港口呢。你要画这种航道，你要画这个航道，从机场连到外部城市，然后再连回来。这一带是要自己画航线。 那就不知道。瞎了。这车能坐1000人，这么多人，好狠！坏了，今天。没有人要建低密度商业。看来。
Now entering thick digital games. Prepare for sensory
我
overload.
这小学是不是有点过分了？
Digital! Are you a man or a mountain? Digital! You ready for a game that rips out your heart and stops it to death? Digital! Then come on down to Thick Digital and we'll hook you up to adrenaline overdrive. You won't be able to take much more of this, sir. Then hit them with everything we've got. Digital! Thick Digital! It's all out war.
啊，这个运河，这个运河还没搞。这个运河要从这边走，一路跟着这个路过来，但问题是它的高度，它的高度，这两边如果能串起来，肯定是最好的。但是有点难。不容易啊，我感觉。这我怎么知道呢？喝咖啡，如果是我的话。 对，它总变色，好烦人啊！我也不理解它为什么要变色。我知道它变色应该是因为公司变了，但是你真的你不要变颜色，我求你了。求你了。这一代没有创意工坊，不是吗？动一动 ，What the fuck？ 要冷兵器和中世纪，其实我不是很有兴趣，所以一直没玩。Repeat。
Are you setting a good example for your followers? Are you on a journey to find freshness? Are you tired of shopping at the dingy stores? Sure you are. That's why you go to Common Groceries, the ultimate destination for the discerning shopper.
Why, hello, Janet.
Hi, Stanley.
Isn't this a lovely place to shop?
It sure is.
Common Groceries. For twice the price, it's twice as nice.
Spend those rhymes when you demand perfection.
Endings.别动 ！Shit！ 之前看过。我在等列车来。怎么还不来？调快点，等我调回去就行。干嘛？等这么久都没有来？咦？ 嗯，又干嘛了？吓我一跳！bug 这，我靠，杀人了！我靠，这是干嘛呢？这是干嘛呢？这怎么全是车祸啊？你怎么撞栏杆上是什么意思啊？拜托！还有这些人，这里又怎么了？这帮人疯了！啊？你撞栏杆上也要叫人是吧？
Now entering thick digital games. Prepare for sensory overload.
You want it thick. Digital! Are you a man or a mountain? Digital! You ready for a game that rips out your heart and stomps it to death? Digital! Then come on down to Thick Digital and we'll hook you up to adrenaline overdrive. You won't be able to take much more of this, sir. Then hit them with everything we've got. Digital! Thick Digital! It's all out more.
好了，今天就到这儿，现在已经1点了，天，不知不觉，拜拜。